Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
It's the top news of the day.
China wants the oil from Iran.
They want to make a deal that's good for them and not piss us off too much.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Well, happy Monday morning, everybody. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a customary look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia, where, gosh, the high today will feel chilly compared to what we've been dealing with. 84 degrees today. A low tonight of 60. Right now the temperature is 70. Squirrels win 2 out of 3 over the weekend against Harrisburg, including yesterday's game by a score of 5-4. Moving on to the nation's capital. A high today in D.C. of 80. A low tonight of 56. Right now the temperature is 70. The Nats win 2 out of 3 over the weekend in Seattle. They'll host the Royals starting tonight at 6:45. Hey, nothing like a few days off, folks. In Atlanta, the high today will be 83 degrees, low tonight of 65 with a possible storm. Right now the temperature is 71. The Braves lose a series against the Mets, including yesterday's game, 8-1. Boy, what a weekend for Mom Donnie, I guess. Ugh. In Nashville, you're going to see a high today of 81, a low tonight of 61. Right now the temperature is 64 degrees in Middle Tennessee. Philadelphia, well, you dropped 2 out of 3 over the weekend to the Brew Crew in Milwaukee. Up next, the Phils will host the Streaking Marlins starting at 6:40 tonight. In the meantime, a high in the city of brotherly love of 78, a low tonight of 58. Right now, the temperature is 69 degrees. Well, Morgantown was sort of up and down over the weekend. West Virginia won the College World Series opener against Troy, but fell to North Carolina last night 5-2. They'll have to win out from here to get to the finals next week. A high in By God, West Virginia of 71 today, a low tonight of 47. Right now the temperature is 61 degrees. All right, Pittsburgh. Well, the Mega Maids dropped 2 out of 3 to the Marlins over the weekend. Obviously, Marlins going across the state to face the Phillies from here. All I can say is hurry back soon, Connor and O'Neill. A high in the 412 of 71, a low of 52 tonight. Right now the temperature is 60 degrees. The Knicks win the NBA Finals in 5 games on Saturday night. And Carolina Hurricanes are your Stanley Cup champions after they won Game 6 against Vegas last night in Las Vegas. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports pick, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
You're
Your tax dollars hard at work. A drag show hosted by and at Minneapolis City Hall.
I think what makes performing here so great is the fact that, like, again, this is the people's house. This is where folks make decisions for the people, and I think that's what made it beautiful today.
These types of events where men dressed as women dance, preen, and parade around are ubiquitous during June, the so-called Gay Pride Month. A Channel 5 story chronicles how such events really began with the Stonewall Revolution, so dubbed after a rebellious show of defiance and violence by LGBTQ plus patrons at the gay refuge Stonewall Bar in New York City back in 1969. Fast forwarding to Minnesota's 2013 legalization of same-sex marriage, Minneapolis's Transgender Equity Council 4 years later, followed by transsexuals then being elected to office there. So to counter these ridiculous crypto virtue signaling, dare you to be offended, pushing the envelope of what society is willing to tolerate before we shield our eyes and shelter our children events? What if average heterosexual, non-cross-dressing white people staged an event of their own, showing off who can out-heterosexual, non-cross-dress the other guys? Thinking outside the box? It's not a hypothetical. It's called the Benton County Fair, every first weekend in August, and compared to drag shows, it can be equally disturbing.
Only two things scare me. Nuclear war.
What's the other thing that scares you?
Carnies.
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineers sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who once told Don Corleone, thanks, but no thanks, John Fredericks.
Hey folks, John Fredericks here with my wife Ann. We're in Washington, D.C. in Farragut Square, right outside of Farragut North Metro. I'm your candidate for Ward 2 Chairman, D.C. GOP. Hope you vote for me on June 16th or send your ballot early. Why am I running? Right here on the Metro. I'm here with my wife Ann. When we got to Washington, D.C. in November of 2024, I wouldn't let my wife ride the Metro, not without me there, certainly not at night, no way. One time she goes on, she's accosted, there's panhandlers, can't do it, right? 18 months later, let me tell you what leadership has done. We ride the Metro everywhere, every day. It's safe, it's secure, it's clean. We go on the Metro everywhere. I can't remember the last time we drove a car. We've also gone on the buses, they're safe. This is what leadership is about. This is what President Trump has done in Washington, D.C. In 18 months, we went from never being able to ride the Metro to now here we are riding it every single day as so many people have come up to us. When you see the National Guard people, they've made this city so much safer. Our cops have made it safer. The Metro police are fantastic. The park police, we have to support our blue and support our Metro. Now, the bottom line is we have a choice. We can live in squalor and filth and crime and dirty metros, and you can't ride it, people jumping turnstiles, or we can live in peace and harmony with safety and cleanliness. And that is what we've done here. That is what President Trump's done. And as your Ward 2 chairman, I am going to continue to fight for you every single day to make sure that our ward and our city is clean, it's safe, and it's beautiful. This is my wife, Ann Fredericks. I'm John Fredericks, candidate, chairman, DC GOP, War II. This message has been paid for by Fredericks for Jim.
Don't forget to vote.
Good morning. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps. Happy Monday. Well, it's great to have you with us today. Big USC fight at the White House went out without a hitch. Democrats complaining about it right and left. They just complain about everything. They want to be miserable. They want your life to be miserable. They want you to suffer. They want Iran to win the war. They want to say we lost. Everything the president does in Washington, D.C., they criticize. I went to the reflecting pool on Saturday with Ann. I'm going to do a video there tonight. I'm just going to do it. It was absolutely gorgeous. Not a scrap of paper, not trash anywhere. You know, got my picture with the National Guard. They're doing a super job. And now, here we are. It is Monday, June 16th. And as I've told you, for 3 months since this war with Iran began, or 2 months, however long it's been, right? It was actually a week of fighting. I mean, if you look at the fighting, it was actually a week. If you just combine the fighting days. But regardless, 2.5 month war. What did I tell you? It was going to end. It was going to end in June. They're going to sign the peace agreement on Friday. You got the naysayers out there. It's not perfect. Nothing is. But here's the bottom line. Oil just fell to $83 a barrel overnight. It is going to continue to come down because in this agreement, which is going to be signed Friday in Switzerland, which the Iranians have agreed to, the straits get opened right now. Now, there's still some mines there. They have to go find them. Some are floating around. Could be a little while before it's opened at 100%, but it's going to be opened at 85% now. Not tomorrow, not Sunday, today. It's open today. Our blockade is ending today. So there was a peace treaty that was negotiated, and basically we won. 60 days in order to figure out how we're going to get the nuclear enriched uranium out of there. They have no Navy. They have no military. They have no air defense. They have no money. And the straits get open and oil starts to go to $70 a barrel and then down to 60. When it's down to 60, gas will be under $3. Right now, it's dropping. It dropped 4 cents on average overnight. Gas will continue to drop. We are a net exporter of energy. As I have told you, when the gas prices go down and inflation goes down and affordability becomes less of an issue, as everything goes down, and I think we're going to get a great monetary policy out of Kevin Warsh at the Fed. Prices will drop, gas will drop, oil will drop, energy will drop in record levels. Then I ask you again, what are the Democrats, what are the communists, what is the left going to run on? You tell me, what are they going to run on? Answer, nothing. They have nothing. This party is a vacuous, empty vessel of Trump haters, communists, agitators, rabble-rousers, and paid protesters. And old white women running around with 2 masks on. That is what this party, the Democrats, have become. With dreadful candidates all over the place. The left has taken hold of this party. It's not the left. It's not McGovern. It's not Humphrey. It's not Mondale. The far radical communist left is in control of the Democratic Party top to bottom. And that's the dilemma that they have. This is why I'm so optimistic about the midterms. Now, we can run all the clips we want about the Democrats blasting this deal and saying we lost and what did we gain? What did we gain? They can't get a nuclear bomb as of today. We gained that. The straits are opened. Fine. They were open before we got there. But now they're never going to get control of them again. This is the thing. This is the buried lead. Not only the straits open, we're in control of it. They'll never be able to patrol the streets again. There'll be no tolls. There'll be no mines. There'll be nothing. Otherwise, we'll go in there and take Carg Island and bomb them into oblivion. They know this. Look, the Iranian leaders had a choice. Compromise with us or die. I thought they'd probably choose death. They didn't. They chose to not go to the 72 virgins or whatever it is that those radicals believe in. Not my problem. This is what's got to make sense to you. We did what we had to do. It was 2 months. Gas went up. Now it's coming down. When your entire campaign, folks, is built on one thing, gas prices, and the gas prices plummet, what on earth do you have to run on? This was the danger of what they did. It's short term. That's why I don't believe any of the polls. I just don't believe them. I think they're all fake. They're all made up. It's all nonsense. All of it is nonsense. And I got to get McLaughlin on. That's my main thing. Let me actually jot that down so that I don't forget because I've been tied up with this campaign. But I'm going to get McLaughlin on this week. Pollster, find out what's going on. I got a great show for you today. I want your calls 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. President Trump did a masterful job in negotiating this deal. He didn't want more bloodshed. He didn't want more death. He didn't want more bloodshed and he didn't want more death. He didn't want it. What he wanted was a negotiated peace. But everything he does, the Democrats hate. It doesn't matter what it is. And the fact that Washington, D.C., they challenge everything he does here. And then you get a poll out the other day that says 53% of Washingtonians think the city is heading in the wrong direction. The hell kind of poll is that? This is the most beautiful, safest, cleanest city, urban area in the nation. And President Trump did this in 18 months. This is why I have run this campaign. I cannot believe what I'm hearing and seeing. Like, do you live in the same city I do? You had Rob Crilly on the other day say, well, I don't think the National Guard matters because, crime is down all over the country. Stop. It's down all over the country. Three cops just got shot in Philadelphia. The hell are you talking about? Crime is down all over the country. It's up everywhere. You can't, in these cities, you can't go 2 blocks without taking your life in your hands. And in Washington, D.C., we're down 900 cops. 900. We can't recruit them because we don't stand behind them. Now, maybe we will now, but not if this Janice Lewis George is mayor. It's going to be the same thing. I tell you what, if she wins, Trump's going to end home rule. If we keep the House and the Senate and this communist wins, Janice Lewis George mayor, Trump is going to go to Congress and scrap home rule, and I'm 100% for it. She's running on a campaign to stop Trump. What does that do for my life here? Stop Trump. Free DC. Free DC from what? The lack of trash, squalor, rats. City is overrun with when I got here, with the tents, the needles, the drugs, the crime, the carjackings, the gangs. It was a hellhole. Now it's Disneyland of the North. We're heading in the wrong direction. What the hell does that mean? Who does these polls? Who are you polling? Unbelievable. Anyway, I'm fired up today. Great job by President Trump. He had the patience of Job dealing with these radicals, dealing with these religious fanatics. Now, look, you say, oh, well, the Iranians said they won and it was a great deal for them. Well, what else are they going to say? Oh, we conceded everything. We lost. Hope the U.S. wins the soccer cup. I mean, what are they going to say? They're going to put out nonsense like they always do. They put out nonsense. So who cares what the Iranian officials say? Treaty is signed. Straits are opened. Oh, well, they're going to get $24 billion. Oh, my God, they're going to get their $24 billion. Obama only gave them $2 billion. They're going to get $24 billion. Oh, my God, what a horrible deal. They're going to get $24 billion. No, they're not. First of all, let me just explain the difference. The $1.7 billion that Obama sent him on pallets and dumped in Tehran was taxpayer money, was our money. Came from our coffers, came from the Federal Reserve, was our money that you worked your ass off for every day. We gave them that money to then export terror around the globe. We gave them that. Obama gave them that. The $24 billion in question is their money. They earned it. It's theirs. However they got it, we do not know, but it's their money that we froze. So it's not like our money that Obama gave them. It's their money. And Trump says he's going to unfreeze it and give them limited access to it as they comply with the treaty agreements. Well, it's their money that we have, in effect, frozen. Now, you can say, well, we ought to take it and pay for the oil. Some people say that, or pay for whatever happened. Some people say that, but it's their money. It's part of the negotiation. You're going to get your money back in increments, provided you follow the outline of the agreement, which you signed. Simple. They're not going to get it all Monday or Friday. It's going to get piecemealed out, and hopefully they'll use it to help their people, which I doubt, but they're a sovereign country. They want to burn the cash. It's up to them. We can't be monitoring what they do, except they can't have a nuclear bomb. I never wanted regime change from the beginning. If it happened, it happened. It's never going to happen there. 20% of the Iranians want regime change. The other 80% are happy with the mullahs. So you know what? It's their life. Who cares? If you can't get a bomb, straits are open, oil goes down, Democrats have nothing. Now, all these naysayers, my friend Steve Bannon, one of them, all these naysayers, and I'm not criticizing Steve. I know you guys love Steve. I'm not criticizing him. But I have a right to disagree with them with class. Okay? This is a classy disagreement. I don't agree with them. I don't think we're going to lose the Senate. I don't think we're going to lose 40 seats in the House. I just don't agree. I think the breakup of MAGA is way overstated. I don't think it's real. I think there's a fraction that don't like what's going on. I get it, but things will settle in. So I respectfully disagree with that position. I respectfully disagree with Joe Rogan. Oh, I don't know what Trump is doing. I know exactly what he's doing. He's building a country back to where it should be. He's making it great. The fact that he's, put his name on the Kennedy Center, who the hell cares? All I know is the people that don't live in D.C. can complain all they want. If you live here, that's why I'm running this campaign, just so that I can get the message out like you saw in that video. You can't get it out. There's no media here that will let you get your message out. So I have to start one like I've done all over the country. You just start it. You start it. That's it. You just start it. Not a hard thing to do. You start it. Well, it is hard, but that's all we can do. Anyway, don't forget, got a big victory party dinner coming up. Put that up on a screen. That's going to be tomorrow night. I can't believe it's finally here. Finally, June 16th is coming tomorrow. And look, check it out. We want you to go to our big victory party. Cora Lewandowski, Morgan Griffith is going to be there. Brandon Beach has got the City Tavern. It's a great event, great venue. We've worked really hard on it. And please come out if you can. If not, we are doing Get Out the Vote on Tuesday. It's very expensive. Running these campaigns is expensive, man. Ann and I have already put a lot of money in it. It's expensive to start from nothing. But somebody's got to do it. If you can help us out with a donation, especially now, because I really need this campaign funds to get the GOTV thing out tomorrow. I really, really appreciate you. Just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com, and you give us a donation there. And it's really going to make a difference tomorrow. Anything you can do, 25, 50, 75, 100, 200 smacks, big deal. I know I've asked you for money this whole campaign, but we're at the end. So if you can help us out, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you. MakeDCGreat.com, MakeDCGreat.com. This message paid for by Fredericks for Chairman. I'll be right back with your calls.
Ponder this. All of God's children, you and I, have been created in God's own image. It's hard to fathom, isn't it? One thing we do know about God is that He's perfectly free. So He created us perfectly free to follow Him and free to deny Him. We have the choice. Our choice, however, has eternal consequences. It is the biggest decision in your life. I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, want the final elevator ride to go up, not down. How we live on this earth determines our eternal destination, up or down, heaven or hell, and yes, hell is real. God has rules for us to follow in order to be admitted into His heavenly home. Just like the rules you may have for people to enter your home, maybe you do not allow smoking or profane language, God too has rules. There are 10 of them. We are called to obey His rules, not to change them, adapt them, or ignore them. The 10 Commandments guide our entry into eternal life. We must obey His rules in order to enter His heavenly home. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's gonna ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla. A groundbreaking new study shows that there is a safe and inexpensive potential cancer treatment, and it's a drug that many of us already know about, ivermectin. This new study shows that individuals who took ivermectin, the parasite-fighting medication that gained fame during the COVID pandemic, along with the drug mebendazole, saw remarkable results in their battles with cancer. These incredibly promising results have many Americans wondering where they can obtain U.S.-made ivermectin and mebendazole. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company is making 100% American-made ivermectin and mebendazole available at an incredibly affordable price point. Say no to Big Pharma's greed and no to Big Pharma's poisons, and say yes to a company that you can trust to bring you safe, affordable, and effective treatments. If you or someone you love is interested in trying ivermectin and mebendazole, then I urge you to go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use the promo code Godzilla to save 10%.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to HealthyCell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's ridiculous questions. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Now going into the losers bracket. And so, look, they got to play Troy, who had a tremendous upset, come from behind victory, the Troy Trojans, South Alabama, over Ole Miss. Nobody saw that coming down 6-2, winning the game 12-8. So now they play an elimination game against Troy. West Virginia is going to win that game. They're a better team than Troy. They have better pitching. They're going to win that game. And then they got to play North Carolina again and again. So in order to advance to the finals, which would be Saturday, Sunday, Monday in Omaha, they're going to have to beat Troy. They're going to have to win now 3 in a row. They're going to have to beat Troy, and then they're going to have to beat North Carolina 2 in a row. So this makes it very difficult. That game last night with North Carolina was the pivotal game. If you're 2-0 and everybody else has got one loss, you're in the driver's seat. On that bracket, Ole Miss out. In the other bracket, we've got a couple teams there on the ropes. Obviously, Alabama and Texas, they play today. Loser that goes home. Ole Miss went home. So if you're following us in college baseball, here's what the Mountaineers have to do to get to the finals. They have to beat Troy tomorrow, and then they have to beat North Carolina twice in a row. I believe there's a doubleheader on Tuesday. If they beat Troy, they got to win again. Then they would have to play again. So they're going to have to win the next 3 in a row. They've done that. They can do it. The game against North Carolina last night, we did stay up to watch it. It was bittersweet because one of our family's best friends, Gavin Gallagher, hit the bases loaded triple, I think, or the 2-run triple. Great friend. Their family's a great friend of ours, so we were happy for him. But also big fans of Max Yell. He pitched his heart out. 2 errors in the 7th inning basically was it. It's tough to give a team like that 5 outs in an inning. They couldn't do it. So North Carolina, they're very good. They got great pitching. They advance, and now it's going to be tough to beat them. But look, we got to win 3 in a row. Just win one game at a time. Start out, beat Troy, go from there, right? Get that win against Troy, and then you go on to play another game. Maybe they win the first North Carolina game, and then they got a winner take all, and then all bets are off. So you really can't say, oh well, you got to win 3 games. You got to win 2 games. You got to win 1 game. Win 1 game. Win tomorrow. By the way, congratulations, Carolina Raleigh Hurricanes winning the Stanley Cup, and a lot of people picked them like me, so that was nice to see them win that, shutting out Vegas yesterday 3-0. And they are now the champs. They are the Stanley Cup holders. Go Canes. Go Caniacs. I would have liked to see them win it at home. I thought Vegas would play a little better than they did last night, but they didn't. But we had a great hockey season, made a lot of money this hockey season. And now I'm focused on baseball. But I'm not going to do anything until after this election because I just don't have the time because I really got to focus on it. And missed a couple winners the other day that I was just too busy to get to. But on Wednesday, I'll be back with Godzilla Wins. Go to GodzillaWins.com, GodzillaWins.com. All right, let's get to the phone lines. Let's get to Steve in Virginia, line 1. Steve, you're live.
Good morning, Chairman Fredericks. Thank you for taking my call. Happy Monday.
Yes.
There's an old saying that in war, the first casualty is always the truth. And just as about an hour and a half ago or so, Fox News was saying that Iran has not negotiated anything about the nuclear material that they have. And so we are waiting for Friday for them to sign something. But as General Kellogg said in a clip Dan played last week, there's the issue of Tequila, which he didn't go into it very much, but it's actually a military strategy that, you lie to the infidel to gain any kind of advantage you can. And another thing that never has come up, to my knowledge, during all of this time is the issue of a hudna. And a hudna is another military strategy of Islam where you basically, when you're in a position of weakness, you agree to anything. You ask for a hudna is a ceasefire or a truce or any kind of a cessation of violence, supposedly. But, the whole point is to use that to gain more strength, to rearm, to do all kinds of things in the background. So I'm hopeful that, yes, that on Friday that there will be something that's signed, but, the past is prologue, and the past tells us that they're going to violate it as soon as the ink won't even be dry. But at this point, we don't even have any ink on the paper, and, we do not have, according to Fox News, we do not have any kind of negotiated settlement.
I guess Fox News is sitting at the negotiating table. I guess Fox News is got all the security clearances. I guess Fox News now is running our State Department, running our Department of War. I guess Fox is now the authority on whatever our negotiations is, and good for them. Now they're, I guess, part of the official government because they've got information that no one else has. So I guess they put their executives there, and they're part of the negotiation team. The hell I care what Fox says. I could give a rat's. I don't care about what Fox says. I don't care about what the New York Times says. I don't care what the Washington Post says or Politico or anybody else. Here's what I care about, what President Trump said. He said they have a deal. He expects them to abide by it. As far as the nuclear thing, they have a 60-day window to negotiate exactly how they get it out of there. Meantime, they can't do anything. The purpose was they can't deploy a bomb. They can't do it. They have no Navy. They have nothing. And now we're going to open up the straits. Gas goes down, and they'll eventually get their money back as they comply. So in all due respect, Steve, Fox News can shove it up their butt. I don't really care what they say. I care what President Trump says. He's never lied to us. Not once. Never lied. He says he has a deal. I'll take it on face value. Every single liberal media is saying it's a bad deal. We didn't get anything out of it. Iran won. Okay, well, that's what they want. The communist media wants to say Iran won, Trump lost. Okay, fine. Let him say it. It's stupid. And as far as Fox is concerned, what they're reporting, I just don't care. Dude, I don't care. I don't care what Fox is saying. I get your trepidation. I get Lindsey Graham. I get Mark Levin. I get Israel. I get them all. Bottom line is they now have right now no ability to produce a nuclear bomb and deploy it. Evidently, they did. Now they don't. To the extent of that, we'll find out. But everything can't get put on the table and made public. And whatever Iran says about it, they're lying. It's because that's what they do. They just lie. So let's wait till Friday and see what happens. Meantime, the straits are opened now. Today, as you speak, ships are going through there. That you can't deny that, Steve. Steve, I'll give you the final word.
When it comes to Fox, I don't put a lot of stock in what they have to say about things. However, they do talk to all the leakers. So, that's that's what it's worth. When
That's
people want to
where
be
we
an
are now,
anonymous
Steve.
source.
That's where we are now, is where taking on face value discredited leakers talking to Fox. Is that where we've devolved to now, as a country? I mean, is that where we are? President says something out, we're not going to believe him. We're going to believe Fox. Okay, Fox is banging the Israeli drum, dude. They bang the drum every day. Bang, bada bang, bada bang, bada bang. Israel first. Bang, bada bang. Israel again almost blew this thing up by sending missiles into Beirut. They never stop. Israel tried to gum this up every way from Wednesday. Understand this. This is why I'm done with Israel. They have purposely tried to derail these talks. You want to go take Carg Island, go ahead. Soon as we're done with this, I don't really care what you do. But I am done with Israel. Because what they did yesterday was try to derail these talks again. You want to take out Iran, you want regime change, go in there and do it. Nothing to do with us, our kids, our troops, our money. You want to do it? Do it. You're a sovereign country. But once again, last night or Saturday night, they're bombing Beirut, trying to upend the peace treaty, upend the talks. Oh no, John, they didn't do that. They were responding. Baloney. They didn't have to respond yesterday by bombing Beirut and a suburb there. They did it to disrail the talks. This is our ally. I'm done with them. I've done a 180. I'm done. You're not on the same page of the president. 888-480-JOHN. So on that note, Steve, see if I can find it here. So let's talk just for a moment here about my cat. So we live in a high rise by the White House, and there's a big window. There's a big windowsills, and there's this one window that he sits at, because we have a little perch there, so we can look out at the window and overlook the park. It's about 10 stories up. So once in a while, the birds will come there and they'll harass him because they know he can't get out the window. Or the birds will come and he'll go crazy and he'll scratch the window and they fly away. So this weekend, he was asleep. So not one, not two, not three, but 4 pigeons come up there. 4. It's a pretty high. 4. And they're sitting on a windowsill and they're looking for the cat. They're actually peering in our window, mocking the cat because he's asleep and too lazy to go up there. Sound asleep, sprawled out in God knows what closet or chair. Sprawled out asleep. They're at the window, staring at us, looking around, trying to find, well, where's this big bad cat? So these pigeons are mocking Sammy. They show no respect, none. Finally, I couldn't take it because they're just sitting there, staring at me. Like, yeah, where is he? Where is he, tough guy? So finally, I go find him. He's sound asleep somewhere. I get him out of his sleep. I put him on the window perch. I'm like, look, these birds are mocking you, cat. You're asleep, and they're mocking you. They show you no respect. So then he goes up there. He's like, what? Yeah, what's these birds doing here? What? Whoa. Then, of course, he starts saying, yeah, and then the birds fly off. But they were actually up there mocking him. Sad situation. Sad situation when you get no respect. Okay, line 2, Rob in John in New Jersey. John, go.
Hey, John, how you doing?
Good.
Good morning, my friend. Hey, listen, I've been watching your campaign. I got a couple things, but I've been watching your campaign. I'm telling you, you're selling yourself short. I think you should run for higher office. You're doing a phenomenal job, and if you don't have the stamina at this point, maybe start grooming your kid Joe if the baseball thing doesn't work out. because I think you got something going on there, and I think you're meant. We need minds like yours, and we need attitudes like yours on a larger scale, and those attitudes can become infectious for the country. With that being said, what you said in the last call about, I'm pretty good at kind of sifting through this stuff. There's been 3 groups that have been on target. One has been you. The second, who nails it every time, which is what the War Room used to be, is Promethean Action. They're phenomenal. I can't recommend them more. And you're right, the President of the United States. I've never seen the globalist propaganda Democratic Party media and the Rhino Fox class try to derail this. They are working overtime. And I got to tell you, some of the things I used to look at, they're exposed now. They just want to they understand that if what happens, what your goal is, lower gas prices, back into the economy, out of Iran, if that comes to fruition, it will be it'll be a Reagan-esque landslide. So they are doing everything humanly possible to try to make that not happen. And if you're watching the president, he's beautiful. He's just blocking out all the noise and staying strictly focused. When Iran does, the people have to understand, when Iran does these little bombings, it's probably some offshoot group. And you're 100%, 1,000% correct. He's seeing satellite imagery, the best intelligence. This guy is a genius. So the bottom line is, what you got to do is basically read his account. When was the last time you could say, I can trust the politician? And you nailed it. He's never lied to us, ever. He exaggerates. He's been off, maybe mistiming, but he's never lied to us, and everything basically always falls down exactly the way he says in the end. The bottom line, though, is I've never seen them try to throw something into the fire as much as I've seen this. And, man, have so many people been exposed. And what you were saying about Bannon before, he's got to get back to the signal. He's a lot of noise lately. And that's not what that show used to be. So I've been listening to that since the impeachment days. I like Steve. But, he's a little bit off base lately, and I agree with you on that.
Yeah, and, we can disagree.
And that's what...
We can disagree and still be respectful, okay? This is one thing
100%.
I so strongly believe in this now with our movement. Okay, we're going to have factions. We're going to have different voices. And we all want the same thing within our movement. And we have to be able to disagree without vilifying the one that disagrees with you. Because I'm not even on my chat now, but I know that there's 1,000 people on there blasting me. I have a right not to agree with Steve Bannon. Doesn't mean that I don't respect him. Doesn't mean that I don't like him. Doesn't mean he's not my friend. Doesn't mean that I'm calling him out. Doesn't mean any of that. On this particular issue, I don't agree. Does that mean I suck? I guess. I'm never tuning you in again, John, ever. Click. Fine. Look, I understand. But I have a right to disagree or agree with people out there. I don't think we're going to lose the Senate. I don't think we're going to lose 40 seats in the House. I think we're going to keep the House and expand the Senate. So I think we're going to win Michigan. We got a shot at holding North Carolina. We're not going to win Georgia. That as soon as Trump backed Collins, that thing's over. Collins is not going to win. So we're not going to win that. But and where are they going to beat us? And they're not going to beat us in Maine. They're not going to beat us in any Alabama. It's like ridiculous. That Terralico's not going to win in Texas, right? This is all nonsense. So I don't agree. Doesn't mean that we don't have to be ugly about it. I respect Steve. I respect everything about him. I don't agree with him on this particular issue. 99% of the things I do. So what? Who cares? It's my opinion, his opinion. And maybe he'll be right. Maybe we'll wake up November 4th and we'll get shellacked. But I don't think so. I think we'll get up. I'll be right. And nobody will remember it. Because that's kind of how these things go, John. But you're right. As far as higher office is concerned, look, I'm glad you like my campaign. I'm glad you like my videos. I'm going to do another one late tonight at the Reflecting Pool, which I'm going to send a picture to Dan to get up. But look, we decided I've been here 18 months. So let's learn this city. Let's get a toehold, right? Let's get a toehold. Let's do a good job in my ward. Let's change the narrative. Let's get the message out, and we'll go from there, right? We'll go from there. But I do thank you for your donation, and I thank you for your kind words. And I think I've made a difference. It's not a lot of times in a campaign where you can say, you've made a difference. I think I've made a difference. Because I think I'm pointing out the great things about Washington, D.C. that President Trump has done. And there's some great things. So, John, thank you for the kind words. I'll give you the final word.
No problem. Hey, okay, so John, I think I speak on behalf of your listeners here. I got one favor to ask of you. We need some legitimate, honest polling, whether it's Rasmussen, McLaughlin, whatever the case may be, because you're correct. You can't trust anything that's coming out anymore. So if you could find us some legit polling that you feel is honest, I really appreciate that.
On what topic?
On just where we stand with, presidential approval, the Congress, Senate, all that stuff. Just to see where our favorability is.
You look at the generic poll, Democrats, Republicans, right? You look at that, and you look at the polling on it. And one pollster's got Democrats plus 10, one has got it even. So it's all over the board. If I did a poll, it would be probably on Democrat, Republicans. It's probably they're probably up by 3 or 4. When the oil comes down, they're going to be behind. We are going to win the midterms. Oil is going to be $2.29 a gallon. I mean, just wake up and smell the coffee. The Democrats have nowhere to go. Johnny, I got to go. Rob's on deck. Plus, anybody else wants to call in. And thanks, John, for the kind campaign work. 888-480-JOHN. Hey, donate to my campaign. We really need it now in the final day. If you were ever thinking about donating, I need it now, right now. Go to MakeDCGreat.com, MakeDCGreat.com. Thank you.
299DB 107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Wall Street futures are soaring as oil prices tumble following announcement of a memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran.
Vice President J.D. Vance tells Fox News this deal means Iran will never be able to have a nuke. President Trump making the announcement on his Truth Social page, saying the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all! Explanation point. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow! Explanation point. Laura Winters reporting.
But there are some key differences in the way the U.S. and Iran describe the deal, which in any event may be signed on Friday. Talks on Ukraine and Moldova joining the European Union are underway today.
Viktor Orban's loss in the Hungarian election in April and a new position taken by his successor have allowed these talks to begin. They will focus first on democracy in Ukraine. Among other considerations, Kyiv will have to show it's made sufficient progress on tackling corruption. The overall accession process could run for years. With Ukraine's battle-hardened military and cutting-edge drone technology, President Zelensky argues the EU needs his country for the future security of the whole continent.
That's the BBC's Nick Beak. Russia unleashed a massive overnight attack on Ukraine's capital, Kiev. A centuries-old religious site heavily damaged, and 5 rescue workers were killed in northeastern Ukraine. The war expected to be discussed at the G7 summit in Geneva. President Trump is on his way to the summit now. Stock futures are sharply higher on Wall Street. Dow futures up 436 points. NASDAQ futures are up 607 points, gain of over 2%. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
If you're the parent of an infant, there's a recall you should know about.
Nara Organics is recalling its organic baby formula after a multi-state outbreak of infant botulism. The product is sold nationwide in Target stores and online. Federal authorities say 3 babies became ill in April and May in California, Pennsylvania, and Washington after ingesting Nara Organics whole milk organic powdered infant formula. The Food and Drug Administration says the children were hospitalized and given FDA-approved treatment for infant botulism. Infant botulism is rare, but serious. It's caused by bacteria that produce a toxin in the gut. I'm Donna Warder.
Swiss voters have rejected a proposal to cap the country's population at 10 million. The initiative, led by the right-wing Swiss People's Party, was seen as a move against migration. Preliminary results show nearly 55% oppose the measure, with a turnout of almost 59%. Townhall.com. He lived his life on the very edge, and ultimately that is what led to his demise.
He was known as the Spider-Man of Yemen, and he has died after falling into a volcano crater. Authorities say 30-year-old Al-Kwaki Ibn Antar was climbing the steep walls of the Harda Dam volcanic crater without safety equipment when he lost his grip and fell. Antar had gained fame for his high-risk climbing videos, which often went viral. Jason Walker reporting.
President Trump has celebrated his 80th birthday by announcing that preliminary agreement to end the Iran war and with a UFC cage fighting event on the White House lawn. The UFC event, which is also part of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, featured 7 fights and thousands of spectators. More on these stories, townhall.com.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Tired of fumbling for your phone, wallet, or keys? Don't put it in your pants, put it in your pocket. Meet T-Pocket, the practical tees, the shirt that keeps it all in reach. Designed in the USA, assembled in the South, these tees feature smart built-in pockets for easy access. long sleeve, short sleeve, available in most colors, with your favorite teams and logos to come later. Shop the full lineup now at tpocket.net. Fast shipping, easy ordering. Grab yours today and level up your everyday carry. Put it in your pocket with T-Pocket. tpocket.net.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping. A groundbreaking new study shows that there is a safe and inexpensive potential cancer treatment, and it's a drug that many of us already know about, ivermectin. This new study shows that individuals who took ivermectin, the parasite-fighting medication that gained fame during the COVID pandemic, along with the drug mebendazole, saw remarkable results in their battles with cancer. These incredibly promising results have many Americans wondering where they can obtain U.S.-made ivermectin and mebendazole. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company is making 100% American-made ivermectin and mebendazole available at an incredibly affordable price point. Say no to Big Pharma's greed and no to Big Pharma's poisons, and say yes to a company that you can trust to bring you safe, affordable, and effective treatments. If you or someone you love is interested in trying ivermectin and mebendazole, then I urge you to go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use the promo code Godzilla to save 10%.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who never has a failure to communicate, John Fredericks.
Okay, Dan, this is the first time I heard that opening. Was that Larry that did that? Larry from Richmond? Dan?
Yeah, that was Larry. Larry and I, we're having fun with these. I hope that's okay.
I love it. I love Larry doing that. He's got the voice for it. He's got that booming like voiceover thing going.
Yeah,
and it sounds like you guys are having fun doing it.
Yeah, we've been getting in every other weekend or so to put a few more down. It takes us an hour because we just keep cracking up the whole time.
That's pretty funny. You guys are very creative. Larry, I want to give Larry a big shout out. I didn't know anything about it. And finally, the first time I heard it, I'm like, wait a minute, that voice sounds familiar. Who is that?
Yeah, Larry from Rich Vegas.
Then I'm thinking it's Big Larry from Rich Vegas.
Yeah. So hey, why not involve the loyal followers of the show? I love it. You know, you say all the time, this is their show. So this is their show.
You've done a remarkable. Well, it is. You know what? I love that you said that because you got to really embrace that.
Mm-hmm.
You got to embrace that. This is their show. That's why we put this on the air. That's why I get up every day at my age
so that I can give people a voice. Like, you know, and look, we don't always have to agree. Like, I didn't agree with Steve. I love Steve to death in Virginia. I didn't agree with him. I don't really care what Fox says, but he's got a right to his opinion like I do mine. We got to get every voice out there, right? And if you have something to say, or you want to vent, or you want to disagree with me, or you have a point to make, or you just feel like saying something, 888-480-JOHN. Talk to Dan. He doesn't bite. 888-480-5646. Dan, but I love what you guys are doing. I really do. And thank you. And the next time those pigeons are up there mocking my cat, I'm going to take a video of it. I mean, the four of them they were actually, you know, they were staring in the window, like staring at me. I'm on the 10th floor, like staring at me. Like, what is your deal? I didn't do anything and they were like looking around like, where's the cat? Just mocked him. Oh my God. I said to Sammy, I said, dude, I mean, I know you're a little older now. I know you're 10 or 11 years old. I guess he's 11 years old. I know you're getting a little older, but I mean, you can't allow these birds to come up here and just disrespect you. I mean, they're total disrespect. Like, they know you can't get through the window, so now they come up and torment you while you're asleep. Oh God. And then of course I get up today. I get out of the shower. Oh my God, this is too disgusting to say on air, right?
But that's not going to stop you.
No, he's thrown up all over the place. With my bare feet on, I'm like, you gross cat. Why did you throw up? And of course, you know, this weekend we brought in a new plant. So what does he do? You know, no matter where we put the plant, he climbs up, he eats the plant in the middle of the night, he eats the plant and then throws up all over the place. That's like, cat, you know what? The birds are disrespecting you. You're throwing up all over the place. You're eating my plant. And, you know, now you're on my S list. So hit the road. And he's like, where's my snacks, Dad? Like, I'm not giving you crap, cat. Hit the road. So off he went into Joe's room. And I had to get some out of there. He just sleep on his bed. I'm like, hit the road. So that's the deal with that. That's my Sammy update. Let me give a couple of, I got Rob plus other callers. Anyway, Dan, excellent job. Thank you. Let me give a shout out to a couple of donations I got just right now. Jim Forrestal, Jim in Peachtree City, Georgia. Jim, thank you. I really appreciate it, Jim. Thank you so much. Really makes a difference and very inspiring. And also very nice what John said about my campaign. Because, you know, you try to make a difference. You don't think you're breaking through. Although, Dan, I did get a front page article on the Washington Post about my campaign. And one of the Post reporters, not the one that did the story, called me and said, we got the hottest mayor's race going on in the country. And the only front page story so far in the Washington Post was you. So I guess we're getting out there, right? We are trying to make a difference, but I'll have another video out. And I got to send you that picture, Dan, on the reflecting pool. Jim from Peachtree City, Georgia. Jim, thank you. Thank you for your very generous and kind donation. Also want to give a shout out to Paul De Palma in Cumming, Virginia. So look, I got my Georgia gang coming to the table here, helping me out. Paul De Palma, thank you very much. Ann and I very much appreciate your generous donation to our campaign. But what's more inspiring than the help it gives us to get our message out is that the fact that you believe in what we're doing and in our nation's capital. So thank you. Thank you. It means a lot to us, Paul. Thank you so much. And if you want to donate, I'll give you a shout out right here on air. If you want to call 888-480-JOHN, or you can donate at makedcgreat.com. This is it. I got 2 days. Makedcgreat.com. We got a big get out the vote plan tomorrow. Need to pay for that. Ann and I put a lot of money in this our own. People say, why'd you do this? Because if like Ann says, if not us, who? We got to get the president's message out in Washington, D.C., because it is enormous. And if we do it right, this can be done in any urban area, because he's done this in a year and a half. Just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com, and you're good to go. All right, we got calls. Let's get to where we go here? Rob in New York. Hey, before we do Rob in New York, Rob, I'm going to play your favorite mayor. He's all over it. Going to play your favorite mayor, Rob. Zoran Mandami, New York mayor. Let's get to cut one, saying we continue to be proud of being a sanctuary city and letting all the illegal criminals in because they vote for me. Yay! Cut one, roll it.
Do you think New Yorkers should be afraid of a surge of ICE agents here? Have you talked to the administration at all about this surge? And what is New York City going to do about it if it happens?
You know, I think it's actually not too unrelated from the conversation we were just having. This is a moment of such excitement and joy as part of a reflection of the city as being a place where everyone is welcome, everyone is a part of it. There's a room for everyone to see themselves not only in the past or the present of the city, but also the future of the city. And these kinds of threats, as you've said, from Tom Homan and the federal administration, they're not new, and neither will our response be. We continue to be proud of being a sanctuary city. We continue to be ready to stand up for our immigrant neighbors, and we continue to be ready to use every single tool at our disposal. And I've said to the president directly that I believe that ICE raids are cruel and they do nothing to serve in the interest of public safety. And I do believe it's a rogue agency that should be abolished because we need an approach to immigration in this country that has more humanity at the heart of it. And right now in this city, humanity is what we are showing by and large across the 5 boroughs, and it's something that we're going to keep showing in our response to the federal government as well.
Do you believe this is a real threat, or is it just bluster? Have you gotten any indication they're serious about this?
You know, we've heard threats time and again. I'm sure we'll hear more of them. We treat every single one of these as real things to be responded to, but we will not be backing down from our laws or from our values.
Until you bankrupt the city and Kathy Hochul has no more money to bail you out. This is so ridiculous. Just sit back and watch it. Sit back and watch it. He will bankrupt New York. Next budget, they'll have no money. Services will start to they'll just go broke. You can't open your doors and give people hotel rooms and food and money and healthcare and education with no money coming in because everybody's leaving. This is your utopia that will collapse around you. Just get out of the way, folks. Let him do it. What President Trump should do is pat him on the head. Nice job. Keep doing what you're doing because this thing is going to collapse and we are not bailing him out. And when the riots come and the burning comes and the fires come and the looting comes, there'll be no National Guard, dude. Get your immigrant army to do it. Look, this is what they want. They want chaos, they want bankruptcy, and they want all the illegals there that become their power base. This guy's got a power base he's building through illegals, criminals, what you name it. They're all going to go there, and they're all his foot soldiers. That's his plan. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Let him do it. Let him bankrupt the city. The flight out of New York is going to be, it's going to make your head spin. It is coming. And they will have no money. So they have no ability to raise it. And anybody that's staying there is an idiot. Why would you stay there and they're going to take everything you have. They will eventually strip you of everything. They're going to start confiscating your property. That is next. That's why they put in the comrades in their housing and building division. You can't move. You can't sell it. They'll simply confiscate it because they don't like you. He said that on the camera. People just got to wake up, man. Am I the only one saying this? He said it right in the camera. If we don't like you as a landlord, we're going to confiscate your property and turn it over to a nonprofit and give you a fair value. I don't know, $1? If you want to sell and move out, well, you got to go through our coding process, which could take 5 years to put your property on the market. You can't move. You're in jail. You can't escape New York. Unbelievable. 888-480-JOHN. All right, let's get to Rob in New York. Rob, you're live.
Good morning.
Hey, Rob.
Good morning, John. How are you? Part of me was sympathetic to what Steve was saying. So I hope this deal goes, is able to hold. I'm not that optimistic that the Iranians will hold on it. But here's something interesting I read from Joel Pollack that he posted to X. And Joel, just in case if your listeners don't know, I believe he's the editor of Breitbart. He said one interesting thing about this is Iran's now dependent on the U.S. And I think he's right on that. I think people are missing that point. Because look what we were able to do with Besant helping destroy their currency. We learned last week that Trump was pulling millions of barrels of oil out of there in the middle of the night. So, yeah, these guys are nuts, and they're going to have a death culture, some of them over there. Not necessarily the people. We're talking those who are supposedly in charge. But I don't see major things changing other than the fact that we set them back pretty far on their nuclear ambitions. And we showed that unlike other presidents, this president, Donald Trump, is willing to drop a hammer on these guys. And I think a lot of people are missing that point. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of unhappy people. They thought maybe we would knock out everybody, bomb them to turn the place to glass, do regime change, or do other crap that's gotten us into 20-year conflicts that we never win. So I'm very cautiously optimistic here. And I also don't think that Israel is going to be stopped. And I know you're saying you did a 180, and I know some people got really annoyed with Netanyahu. I get it. But I don't see Israel stopping cleaning up the mess with Hezbollah now that this MOU is supposedly signed. Let them flush that out. That helps the Israelis living up north live in security. And it also helps the Lebanese people. There are plenty of good people in Lebanon that their lives were turned upside down because of Hezbollah. So I'm very optimistic, especially when you see those oil prices go down. So I'm not going to be a party pooper over this. Is it a perfect deal? No. But as you say all the time, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good.
It's a great line.
It's true.
I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not jumping for joy over this deal, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse. A hell of a lot worse. And
why don't you like the deal?
The one thing I don't like is I just don't trust these guys in Iran. That's my main thing. I really don't trust them. So, but we got to trust the president. He's reshaped the Middle East.
So what would your alternative be? If you say you don't trust them, Rob, then you wouldn't trust any deal we made. The deal could be, we're going to give up everything and you get everything, but you wouldn't trust that either. So if you don't trust them, that means you don't trust any deals. So which is a legitimate position to take. What do you think we should do?
I trust deals when we have someone who's really serious on the other side. Like for example,
but they're not serious. They're not serious on the other side. I'm not disputing.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but I'm not disputing your hesitation on this deal. But the point you made was, I don't trust any deal. I don't trust them. So what is your alternative to that? What do you think we should have done?
The only problem, the only other alternative would have been to bomb them to smithereens, but that's not a good solution either, because you would have wound up literally murdering a whole bunch of people who have nothing to do with this.
Okay, so again, if you don't like the deal,
so I don't. The problem, John, I'll be honest, I don't have an alternative. That's the problem. So that's why I'm cautiously optimistic over this. Okay, I'm not joining the crowd that says, "Oh, we sold out to Iran. Oh, we did this. This is just JCPOA too. We just did the same thing as Obama." No, I don't agree with that either. But I could be unhappy with some things, but at the same time understand the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is a lot of the things that you discussed and others discussed. That Strait has to be open. We can't have these nut jobs having bombs. And we got to get back to business as usual. Not business as usual. We got to get back to good business because there's a midterm coming up. I don't want to see a blowout because you get a lot of people pissed off at $5 gasoline. I'd rather be looking at 2 something as we go into the midterms, or maybe even less. Gasoline was $3.99 down the road for me yesterday. There was a massive line because it's been closer to $5. Now it's at $3.99. We're moving in the right direction.
And you live in New York.
Right, and that's with the high New York taxes. Can you imagine that? Now think what it's like in a state that doesn't have the high gas tax like what New York has.
Right now throughout Texas, average gas price $3.29. Florida
Yeah, there you go.
$3.29 in Florida. I mean, it's coming down. It's going to get under $2. It's going to get under $3. And then what are the Democrats going to campaign on them? Well, it was high in May. I mean, it's now July or August, and it's like, $2.89. What are they going to complain about?
And the food's coming down. I do most of the grocery shopping with my family. I can tell you just on like the berries, because my kids are health nuts. The berries have been dropping like crazy. Eggs have been dropping like crazy. I've been even scoring good deals on coffee. Other stuff. It's slowly coming down, even with some of the shrinkage, in the pack sizes on some of these things. But for the most part, I shop at BJ's Wholesale, Costco, stores like that. It's coming down. Is beef still high? Yes, but beef is not high because of Iran. Beef is high because we have a bunch of issues here domestically that have been going on for a couple of years regarding, ranching and so on and so forth. But that will eventually work its way out. I don't know. I'm optimistic.
Ann said
Very
the price.
optimistic.
I don't shop, so I don't know. Ann said the price of chicken has come down. True or false?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It has come down. It's just the beef that's a problem for people.
Say we eat a
So
lot.
we don't eat as much of it.
Well, we eat a lot of chicken in our home. We eat a ton of chicken and fish. We eat a lot of fish, a lot of chicken. We eat beef, but we're not big. Like we're not eating steak three times a week, but a lot of chicken. So she was happy about
Same here.
that. All right, Rob. Thank you. Thank you for your perspective. Always appreciate it, Rob. Thank you.
Be well, John.
Very insightful. Rob, New York, with his communist mayor there. Thanks, Rob. Too funny. The Trump administration has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home with each and every one of us. Now, that's where the wellness company comes in. As you know, I'm a big believer in the wellness company. You see and hear from the wellness company doctors on my show all the time, and their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. Now, the wellness company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. That's why I'm a fan. Additionally, the wellness company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more, that can help you stay healthy and live longer and a more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts right here at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10%. That's promo code Godzilla to save 10%. And I'm just a big believer in the wellness company, their doctors, their products. That's why I'm always so healthy. I never get sick. And one of the best things you can do is subscribe to the telemedicine. You get assigned a doctor. If the doctor's off that day, you always have a backup. I tell you what, they get back to you within 20 minutes. Like if I need to talk to somebody, I've never waited over an hour and a half. Like if I go into 10, say, hey, I got this problem going on, by 10:15, I'll get a response. and my appointment is like 10:45. These guys are really, really good. You get immediate response. They're great people. Go to twc.health, twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off on everything. We'll be right back.
Ponder this. Have you ever been so hungry that not only is your stomach growling, but you become lightheaded and shaky? Your blood sugar has hit an all-time low. It seems that when this occurs, no amount of food can satisfy this type of hunger. When hunger reaches this level, your normally nice personality may become agitated, impatient, or even angry. You need food and you need it fast. Did you know that our souls need daily nourishment as well? A hungry soul might be inclined to give into temptations and commit sin without a care about its eternal destiny. When we let our souls grow hungry, we must feed them with prayers, recollection, and sacred scripture. Catholics in the state of grace have the additional benefit of access to feeding our souls with a heavenly food. Only in the Catholic Church is Jesus truly present in every worthy reception of Holy Communion. He is the bread of life. His words, "Come and see." I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's a common sense recap of the big stories.
This meeting with China and President Trump, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Listen, China's not our friend. They've been stealing our technology. They've been stealing the AI, responsible for the COVID. We have to be very, very careful about giving stuff to China.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
It's the top news of the day.
China wants the oil from Iran.
They want to make a deal that's good for them and not piss us off too much.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
This summer, as we prepare to celebrate Independence Day, Hudson Paint Electronics Corporation reminds us that for 250 years, American pride has lived in the hearts of its people, reflected in every sacrifice and every flag raised high. This salute to America is underwritten by Hudson Paint Electronics Corporation in Madison Heights, your full-service commercial alarm and surveillance system specialist. For the highest grade security and fire alarms, HD night vision, and life safety systems, call 434-847-5583. Hudson Paint Electronics Corporation says this summer, fly your flag high. Happy 250th birthday, America.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Money for the ballroom comes up for a vote. You're in Congress. Yay or nay?
Right now, I don't feel it's a priority, but the president, I mean, I think we could get a lot of
You
use
gotta
out of it.
vote. There's 2 cards: red, green. I mean, there's only 2
Listen, I
cards.
bleed red.
Are you going to vote yes or no for the ballroom? It's a simple question. Ola.
I don't think it'll ever hit the floor or hit a. There are other
Such a
things that are
political answer.
priority before the ballroom.
So you're not going to answer the question. I mean, here's the problem. You're running for Congress. People want truth and clarity. I've given you 2 questions. You hedged on.
I don't think that the ballroom is a priority.
So you'd vote no.
See, this is the thing. I don't think it's a priority, but I will never go against the president. You can't.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got me on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, Dr. Peter McCullough, coming up. Hey, there's never a better Monday than having the doc on. It's all good. And I should be their poster. I should be the wellness companies. Like, I should be on the billboards, like those sandwich boards that they have, like walking around. Like, look at this guy, 68. Look how healthy he is. He never gets sick, because I follow the wellness company, Dr. McCullough, Dr. Kelly Victory, all my great doctors there. So, I take all their stuff, and I got my medical emergency kit. I got my contagion kit. Where's that? Right here. I got it all, man. So I don't want to get sick and lose time. And who wants to do that, right? Suffer? No way. Well, life's too short, man. Every day is an important day in the life. Speaking of that, the scripture of the day, Peter 4:8, above all, love each other deeply because love covers over a multitude of sins. Peter 4:8. That's my verse of the day. Dr. Peter McCullough coming up momentarily. And first, though, let's get to the phone lines, and let's get to Larry in Rich Vegas. Larry, your voiceovers are great. I never really expected it, but great job.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. I just wanted to thank you for allowing me to be just a little small part of the show. I've been listening to you ever since you started back in Chesapeake, when I had to, on my other job, I had to drive for 2 hours from Richmond to Chesapeake to pick up my parts for my customers. And me and Dan just have a blast. And give a shout out to Dan. That studio looks fantastic now. And like you said, we have a great time. It's so much fun, and I just want to thank you for that, especially when I was going through my cancer and everything. You all support me, and we got to meet each other up in Northern Virginia at the Republican meeting that Saturday night, and I got to meet everybody, and that's what it's all about is the people, and you do that so well, John.
Well, I want to thank you guys for the whole thing, and it's been great. So I want to thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Dan, I keep tell Dan he's the man, because your show has just gotten on such a higher level now, and the production is everything. And I know you can depend on him, and I know he loves you and Ann. And this is what about it is. It's about a team, and you got to have the right team and keep that team swinging. And that's what Dan does. He laces them tight every morning, and that's what the show is all about. Is how we communicate with each other. And the greatest thing we have is our free speech here in this country, and you allow that to happen.
Well, thank you, Larry, and thank you for all you do, and thank you for the call. Dr. Peter McCullough coming up in just a moment, and I just want to tell everybody our big victory party tomorrow, Tuesday. Got one more day to help us out. Big get out the vote. My election tomorrow, Tuesday, running for DC Ward 2 chairman. If you're in the area, you want to pop by, we'd love to have you. Tickets only $50. And if you can't make it, it's going to be fabulous. We've got Corey Lewandowski is coming, Brandon Beach, Congressman Morgan Griffiths. It's at City Tavern in Georgetown, just iconic location. Oh, speaking of that, I've got to get Greg Scott to go and buy a ticket for $50. Greg says he's in. Greg's coming up next. See, you come to the studio, I shake it out for $50. But here's the good news, Greg. Great food, open bar, great people, great friendship. And if you can't make it, but you want to donate to my campaign, this is it. We got to get out the vote tomorrow. We're going to have a big victory. I need your help. Just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. You'll find my donation link right there. And this message paid for and authorized by Fredericks for chairman. And guess who approved it? Me, the candidate. Isn't that great? makedcgreat.com. Okay, joining me now, my favorite doctor. Well, I shouldn't say that because I got a lot of favorite doctors. I don't want Kelly to get jealous. But my real favorite doctor, Dr. Peter McCullough, who has been right about everything. It's like, one of these days I'll find something you were wrong about. The next time you're on, I'm going to ask you who's going to win the College World Series, so you can pick the wrong team, so I can say, okay, you were wrong about something. But Doc, you've been right about everything right down the line. I'm really excited about this potential of the cancer treatment you guys have got.
Mhm.
It's like it's not not gone in the medical journals now, but we're starting to get real feedback that the lower level cancer treatment that the wellness company has developed with ivermectin and benzodol is being effective for a lot of people. I just want you, Doc, to expound on that.
Well, thanks for having me on the program. Yes, actually, our report now is fully peer reviewed and published in the National Library of Medicine cited journal Anti-Cancer Research. The wellness company version of micronized combined ivermectin and bendazole, 84% of cancer patients had some benefit, John. The cancer stayed the same or even regressed. This is huge news. It was done in addition to usual cancer care, including chemotherapy, surgery, and radiation. Was not a controlled clinical trial. We can't make claims on this, but boy, when Mel Gibson went on Joe Rogan, the use of ivermectin and bendazole skyrocketed. There was a paper recently in JAMA outlining how popular this is among cancer patients. A wellness company where we're pleased to provide the first combination capsule.
It's so effective, and now that you guys are really going down this path, I can't wait to see more results. But it's such an alternative for people that because chemotherapy, Doc, is not the answer for everybody.
Well, it's the toxicity, and there was great hope with the checkpoint inhibitors. These are drugs that expose the cancer to the immune system. The lead one is by Merck, Keytruda. Well, let me tell you, I've had patients on Keytruda. It's very toxic. I mean, that's the problem with chemotherapy is still the toxicity. With ivermectin and bendazole, it's free of serious toxicity. There's about 25% of patients who had side effects, but over 90% were able to stay on it.
Okay, Doc. A week ago, outgoing director of DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, released never seen before documents saying that there were over 120 dangerous biolabs across the globe being funded by the U.S. government, some of them doing research that is very suspect, especially around these viruses, gain of function. What is your reaction to this?
Let me tell you, this doesn't look good, John. 120 biolabs, the lead country with the most biolabs, Ukraine, U.S., multiple agencies were working on things to directly make people sick. There's no doubt about it. Anthrax and others. And now that Russia is annexing Ukraine, now invariably some of these labs are going to come under Russian control. That's been a huge blunder. And to make matters worse, guess which lab is not on the 120 list from Tulsi Gabbard? The Wuhan lab. So they're still covering up the Wuhan lab. So we had Avril Haines before Tulsi Gabbard and now Tulsi Gabbard. So the ODNI is still part of the Wuhan cover-up.
Why?
Fauci's got a 10-year preemptive pardon. He seems to be untouchable. The whole world got sick from what went on there. We've had a couple low-level reports from ODNI. There was a unanimous House vote, John, a few years ago. It's the only unanimous U.S. House Representative vote that I can remember in the last few years to release all the Wuhan documents. Who was involved in Wuhan from the U.S. government? And right now, that cover-up is still ironclad.
I just want to ask you this question. I don't want to get into geopolitics, Dr. McCullough, but you've been on the front end of this since the beginning. I mean, you opposed Fauci from day one. Now we find out. So I got a couple of things here. Now we find out that basically Fauci has said that they wanted to stoke fear in the American public in order to get them to buy in to their closures and mandates. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, I think that was all leading up to getting people to accept a new genetic vaccine. That's what this was all about. All the roads led to taking vaccines. And, here we are. It's 2026. You just think Trump, RFK, that they would drop this COVID vaccine booster program. No one's taking them. Guess what, John? Another booster was announced for this fall. United States is still pouring billions of dollars into unwanted boosters from Pfizer, Moderna, and Novavax.
Doc, who would take one of these? I mean, all of the injuries now that are being reported, and the fact that people that took one shot, like my Ann and me, well, we took the spike detox for, I don't know, 18 months after that because of all the problems with it, heart and everything else. Why on earth are they still promoting and paying for the taxpayers these stupid shots?
It's a stupendous observation. Every time they come up with a booster, the virus is mutated to where the booster is obsolete. So I think they throw most of the doses down the drain. And you know who could have used spike detox for several years? Kyle Busch, the NASCAR race driver, died within 24 hours of a hemorrhagic pulmonary syndrome, a pneumonia. We described an exact similar case to a man his age in Dallas, and it was due to the vaccine.
When is this all going to come out, Dr. Peter McCullough?
One of the constructive steps, if Tulsi Gabbard is outgoing, she needs to comply with the U.S. House of Representatives vote. And actually, Josh Hawley from the Senate wrote ODNI years ago and said, release all the Wuhan documents. We need incredible press and public pressure on Gabbard to finally release all the Wuhan documents. There's probably a ton in there to figure out who is doing what and how they got the whole world sick.
Unbelievable. The more we dig into this, the worse it is. And that Fauci report, I think it came out, it was buried over the weekend. Basically, people close to him say that, his whole objective was to stoke fear within the American public. Here's my question, though. It's off, kind of off the topic, and then I'll get back to Ukraine. You think we'll ever fall for what happened again? Let them not educate our kids, let them do all the masks, and you couldn't go to church, and you couldn't go outside, and you couldn't have 6 people over for Thanksgiving. You think we'll ever fall for that again?
I think it's 50-50 right now. A Rasmussen poll indicates 54% of Americans believe the vaccines have caused large numbers of deaths, but there's another 50% who think the vaccines are perfectly fine, who probably think all the lockdowns and measures are fine. I went and saw my mom in a nursing home yesterday, and the gal sits at the front desk. This has gone on for years now, John. She's still wearing a mask. She's nowhere near the patients. So it's now part of people's permanent facial, expression is to wear a mask. You see these people in the airports all over.
I mean, it's embarrassing. I mean, it's like they look like clowns. And, you just go by them, and I always shake my head because I'm thinking to myself, they don't do anything. Like, all they do is you breathe in your own carbon monoxide. Like, it doesn't do anything. It's virtue signaling. Look at me. I'm a left-wing communist liberal. I mean, that's basically all it is. It's so ridiculous. You see him here in Washington, D.C., and, what you notice about him, none of the people here that wear masks on the street live here. They all come from Montgomery County, Maryland, or Northern Virginia. They're gated communities, and they show up on the metro wearing a mask. And I swear to God, it looks like they look like clowns. Like, why don't you stick a rubber hose on and you'll be all set for the circus?
It's ridiculous. Have you ever seen people handling your luggage at TSA or other places and they're wearing rubber gloves? Why are people wearing rubber gloves? Actually transmit germs from one thing to another. The human hand actually has some innate immunity. The human hand, if you watch the human hand, it can't be beat by rubber gloves. These wasting latex rubber gloves everywhere is completely ridiculous. The masks, when people wear a mask, John, the fibers go down in the lungs and you can't get them out. I mean, this poor lady who I've seen her for 6 years continuously wear a mask. I worry about her pulmonary health.
Unbelievable. Let's get back to Ukraine. Why would we be funding biolabs in war zones? How does that make sense?
Well, most of this started back in 2014 or so, and I think it was a complete blunder. I was in Russia 2008, 2010. They were talking then in Russia about annexing Ukraine back. So listen, Russia's aspirations to reacquire Ukraine, that's been going on a long time. Why in the world would anybody plant biolabs there for the Russians to be able to take over? It's like a huge geopolitical blunder by the U.S.
Unbelievable. It's just like, why are we doing this? It seems like it doesn't matter what we do. These bureaucrats in the government just do whatever they want. I mean, it's very frustrating. And the fact that there's another booster shot coming out, like, who would take it? But it's funded by the taxpayer. So the pharmaceutical companies make money whether they take it or not. Like you said earlier, they just they throw the majority of them down the drain. They flush them down the toilet, but they got paid for them.
Right. It's pure waste of money. You know, Moderna is going to, I think last year got 1.8 billion. Do you know how hard a drug company has to work to earn over $1 billion? That's considered a blockbuster drug. Moderna spent no money on developing, marketing. That's just gravy. That's just U.S. funds going right into the hands of Moderna executives.
Unbelievable. Dr. Peter McCullough from us, The Wellness Company. Dr. Peter McCullough's been right about everything. You name it, he's been right about it. Doc, let's get to the summer here and tick season. Now, everybody knows about ticks, Lyme disease, etc. But it seems that I'm reading more and more this spring. There seems to be a proliferation of ticks out there, people getting bitten all over the place. What do you recommend? Why is it happening, and what do you recommend?
Well, a couple important points. Now, if it's the deer tick, which is all over where you are, is certainly down in Oklahoma and Texas, the concern is Lyme disease. And Lyme disease is a disaster if you don't treat it early. So you need a medical emergency kit. The Aqua Color kit has doxycycline. The protocol is you get a tick bite, within 72 hours, take a dose of doxycycline. It's a big capsule, but it's going to help prevent this disaster of Lyme disease. The other tick story, John, is the tick with a white dot on it is called the Lone Star tick. And the Lone Star tick transmits alpha-gal syndrome. And John, you're not going to like this, but alpha-gal syndrome causes somebody to become allergic to red meat about 3 to 6 months later.
I don't like that. So, but why more tick bites now than normal for the spring? Like, what? There's got to be a reason for that.
It seems like the ticks are proliferating, and we may be in a zoonotic cycle where there's more and more ticks. I just had a patient get a Lone Star tick bite and, concerned about developing alpha-gal syndrome. Where one of the leading tick research centers is, John? You know Pennsylvania well.
Yes.
It's actually in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania.
Really?
Yeah. And that's where, believe it or not, the state of Pennsylvania pours a ton of money into this tick research center, and the ticks are carrying all kinds of diseases.
What, other than what we're going to tell you after you get bit in a minute, what is the best thing to do to stop getting bit?
Certainly wear long sleeve clothes. And if you see a tick on you, get it off ASAP. I was biking this weekend, and I brushed past some bushes, and I just looked down at my legs, and I thought I felt something there, and it wasn't a tick. But boy, if it was a tick starting to try to make its path to the skin, then you've got to get it off. Fortunately, us guys have hairy legs, thank goodness. The girls don't, so the ticks attach. The most common place for a tick to bite you, John, is on the back of your arm, the triceps area, and you never see it because you don't look back there.
Right, that's right. Now, if you do get a tick bite, what can the wellness company do in order to help you immediately, Doc?
Well, our medical emergency kits certainly have the sterilization pads and things that you need. The tick needs to be removed. You can use some tweezers, but make sure you get the whole tick out. The tick buries its head. It's kind of like an animal sticks its head in the sand. It buries its head in the skin. You've got to get the head out, clean it really good. I advised some Benadryl. I didn't know if the alpha-gal syndrome was going to be immune mediated or not for the Lone Star tick. If it would have been a deer tick, and you can tell them apart easily, the deer tick does not have the white dot, and the Lone Star does. So if it's a deer tick, doxycycline immediately from a wellness company emergency kit.
Okay, so here, I've got my contagion kit here. Wellness company, I got 2 of them at home. one on the bus. Doc, I can't remember the last time that I've missed a day from work and been sick or been in bed. It's got to be a long time. Why? Because whenever I start to feel anything, sickness, when you get up and you've got that sore throat and you know it's coming, right? You know it's coming. You can feel it. Or you're stuffed up. You know it's coming. If you can get to your medical emergency kit and your contagion kit immediately, Doc, go in there, look at the guidebook, Z-Pack, ivermectin, antibiotics. Your symptoms are there. If you want to get in touch with your doctor, if you have the subscription like I do to get the telemedicine, you can do that, but you don't have to. It's right in the guidebook. So I take my stuff preventative immediately, and the next day, the day after that, I'm fine. And that's why I'm never on my back. I'm never sick in bed. Why waste time being sick? Go to the doc in a box, sit there for 2 hours with all these illegals in there. Why would you put yourself through that when you can get your contagion kit and your medical emergency kit right now? All you got to do is go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla. Here's the other thing. Promo code Godzilla. Don't forget to put it in. It doesn't come automatically. You're going to get 10% off on everything they have. twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Dr. McCullough, even bigger, you guys are the pioneers of, this is beyond just getting a medical kit or getting, I know you changed the name, but I still call it Mars. I take two of these a day. As soon as I get up, hey, if you're a guy over 60, testosterone depletes. I just had a blood test 6 months ago. My testosterone was like 2 point. It was right at the cusp of where you got to get a shot. And the doctor's like, well, you probably need to get a testosterone shot. I'm like, nope. I'm just going to go to the wellness company. I called Dr. Kelly Victory. I told her about it. She says, get Mars. You've now changed the name to Zeus. But I take 2 of these a day. Blood test with my urologist 2 weeks ago. It was up to 3.3. Now I'm out of the danger zone.
Wow.
But it takes about 6 months.
Yeah.
Just go to twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Am I the perfect picture of health for your company? Or
you are. Every time I see you, John, you look more vibrant. I noticed your collar is so much looser now. Oh, my Lord. You've lost weight. You're vigorous. You're turbocharged for the day. Keep up the great work.
Because I also I'm like your leading customer. I also take your GLC drops. I mean, 'cause I take them every day, so my blood sugar doesn't go up and down. I don't want the needle thing. It's something about that I don't like. But I've lost weight. My testosterone's up. I look great. Why? One thing. Dr. Peter McCullough, TWC, baby, the wellness company. You should get a picture of me and just put it on your website.
For sure. Up on the billboards here in Dallas.
Go to twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Hey, I want to talk to you about something offline. Do me a favor, just put your email in that chat there so I can ask you something offline. Okay. Doc, thank you. Thanks for being. Don't forget to put your email there. Thank you. Greg Scott coming up next. Who's Greg Scott? What are you going to find out? 1792 Exchange. It's a lot better than you think.
Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow.
Correspondent Laura Winters says deal may be signed on Friday. Many details have yet to be revealed. Uncertainty does remain over the future of the Iran nuclear program. President Trump is on his way to Europe for the G7 summit. Along with the Iran situation, Russia's war on Ukraine will be discussed. Russia has launched another massive attack on its neighbor. Joining a growing list of countries, Britain plans to ban the under-16 crowd from using a range of social media apps.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer has told a news conference he will fight back if technology companies resist the social media app's ban intended to protect children from harmful content and excessive screen time. He says he is not prepared to compromise on the safety and happiness of our children. The move makes the UK part of a growing global movement to tighten online safety for children. Australia, Canada, Brazil and Indonesia have introduced legislation or requirements for children's access to social media, whereas France, Spain, Denmark, Thailand and South Korea are among others studying or developing similar approaches. I'm Charles Dillatesma.
A dozen people died in the crash of a plane on a skydiving outing yesterday, Butler, Missouri. The aircraft went down in a field and burst into flames. Watching Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 488 points. Nasdaq futures 652 points higher for a gain of just over 2%. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options: debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
Optimism over the prospects for an end of the Iran war is sending the cost of crude down sharply.
A new week of trading on global oil markets began approximately half an hour after President Trump announced a deal had been done with Iran. Despite the lack of details, oil prices fell, reflecting traders' belief that global supplies will increase as a result of the agreement. The president's post ended by saying, "Let the oil flow." How quickly that will happen remains to be seen, giving shipping companies are concerned about the safety of their crews and ships.
The BBC's Jonathan Josephs. The mid-air collision of two helicopters over Rio de Janeiro has killed all 6 people on board the aircraft. Rio's military fire department reports that one helicopter crashed on a car dealership, igniting a fire among several parked electric vehicles. Investigation now getting underway to determine the cause of the collision. News and analysis, townhall.com. In Georgia, a U.S. Senate hopeful is celebrating being President Trump's latest MAGA pick in the GOP primary.
Representative Mike Collins celebrated his 11th hour endorsement from President Trump on Sunday and dismissed any ideas that the Republican president's stamp of approval is a risky bet in a potential showdown with Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff in November. Mr. Trump disclosed his choice of Collins over former football coach Derek Dooley in a middle-of-the-night social media post that praised the second-term congressman for his loyalty. The Republican candidates are competing Tuesday for the chance to unseat Ossoff in one of the most closely watched campaigns in the November midterm elections. Bernie Bennett reporting.
The Congolese Ministry of Health is reporting confirmed Ebola cases in Congo, increasing to 782 with 181 deaths. The outbreak was declared on May 15th. It's caused by a rare strain of the virus which lacks an approved vaccine or treatment. More on these stories at townhall.com.
A groundbreaking new study shows that there is a safe and inexpensive potential cancer treatment, and it's a drug that many of us already know about, ivermectin. This new study shows that individuals who took ivermectin, the parasite-fighting medication that gained fame during the COVID pandemic, along with the drug mebendazole, saw remarkable results in their battles with cancer. These incredibly promising results have many Americans wondering where they can obtain U.S.-made ivermectin and mebendazole. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company is making 100% American-made ivermectin and mebendazole available at an incredibly affordable price point. Say no to Big Pharma's greed and no to Big Pharma's poisons, and say yes to a company that you can trust to bring you safe, affordable, and effective treatments. If you or someone you love is interested in trying ivermectin and mebendazole, then I urge you to go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use the promo code Godzilla to save 10%.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C. making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of DC GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, the greatest blessing in this land. We raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, coming to you live from your nation's capital. Saturday, went down to the Lincoln Memorial with Ann. It was a beautiful day, and saw the reflecting pool, the new reflecting pool that President Trump has fixed. Took a picture of it, sent it to Dan. Dan, when you get it, you might let me know when you put it up. It was absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the last time we were there, it was algae in it. It looked like crap. There was stuff growing in it, garbage all over the place. Boy, we walked by there, and then we walked from the Lincoln Memorial to the Washington Monument, which is where the reflecting pool is, and it was absolutely stunning. National Guard was there, got my picture taken with them, thanked them for all they do. Not a paper cup, not a piece of garbage, not a wrapper, nothing, not a cigarette butt. Everything was just absolutely gorgeous. The reflecting pool looked great. This is what leadership can do. 18 months, President Trump has transformed Washington, D.C. into one of the biggest crap holes in the United States, where you couldn't go down the street. Everything was absolutely gross and filthy and garbage and graffiti and dirty and tense and homeless and panhandlers and crime and carjackings. It was disgusting. 18 months later, he's turned it into the Disneyland of the North. This is what leadership can do. This is why we're here. And by the way, this is why I'm running for Ward 2 chairman. He can help us out. I really appreciate it. If you can come to our event tomorrow, that'd be great. Just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. You can give your donation there. We're trying to get out the vote tomorrow. We're making a difference, and really appreciate it. And I want to give a shout out to Amy from Wilmington, longtime fan of the John Fredericks Show, and just gave us a donation. Amy, thank you. Don't know if you're coming tomorrow, but either way, thank you very much, Amy. And I saw Amy and her husband at our suite one time at Colonial Downs. They're great people, and they're my eyes and ears in Wilmington, our big station out there, WJFP, AM 740, blasting through Wilmington, Delaware. So whenever they're off the air, I get a text from Amy like, hey, what's going on with my station? So thank you, Amy, for being my eyes and ears out there. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Let's get to the reflecting pool on Saturday. Let's just get to that. You have that, Dan? Have that up? Kind of, maybe. All right, here it is. Look at that. Greg, tell me that's not gorgeous. That was Saturday afternoon.
The ongoing transformation has been amazing. As the president said when he first took office, that the greatest country in the world deserves the greatest and most beautiful capital in the world, and we're well on our way.
He's doing it. I mean, you just look at that. If Dan, when you get time tomorrow, get a before and after. That'll be the after. Just find a before with all the garbage in it floating around and the algae, and it was just disgusting. It was so disgusting. And you look, yeah. There it is now, Biden, Trump. I mean, there it is. That's the difference. Trump, Biden. You can see it now on screen. Dan, do me a favor. Send that to Tina. Tell her to put it up on my website, makedcgreat.com. Dan, do that. We have to put that up. I mean, that is so gross. I mean, that's where it was, and that's where it is now. This is what leadership can do. This is what leadership is. That's why we're so excited. Okay, joining me now from the 1792 exchange, Greg Scott. Greg, thanks for being with us.
John, thank you, and
appreciate you being with us. I love it. Tell us about 1792 exchange and the coalition you guys are putting together. It's exciting.
Absolutely. So 1792 Exchange was founded in 2021. We've been flying under the radar since that time. So I don't blame your audience for never having heard our name, but you are going to in the future. So just simply spoken, 1792 Exchange is America's leading provider on actionable data on corporate bias. Now, what that means is we compile publicly available information, and now our database, our flagship product, the corporate bias rating database, is up to more than 4,500 companies. We evaluate their behaviors and their policies and their involvement in things like DEI, ESG, and other political partisan entanglements that companies just shouldn't be involved in. And our audiences for that are government, state financial officers, members of Congress, investment advisors, wealth managers, and others who are managing America's money. And America's money should not be going toward ideological extremism. And really our primary customer, though, are the companies themselves. The companies need to know that their policies are not good for America. They're not good for free enterprise. They're not good for free speech. And we're actually there to help them. We're there to help them get back to business and disentangle themselves from the partisan politics and really make money, create jobs, and bless America.
Tell us about the birth of 1792, trying to inform people, because, you put money in, you pick different funds, right? If you do that for your 401k or whatever. So you invest in different things, but you want to make the public aware, if you're investing in a company, what their liberal bias is, DEI, or whatever things that they're funding, like the SPLC and things of that nature, that's going to be counter to what your value system is. Is that basically the gist of it?
Yes, that's the entire purpose of it. Americans shouldn't be forced through their retirement funds or through individual investments to fund things that are counter to their values. And you know what? We're not trying to get companies to be like us. We're just trying to get companies to be fair and get out of the business of partisan politics.
So, I mean, I love what you're doing, because nobody's got time to go research every single company that their stock portfolio might be in, or that they might make an investment, or they might buy their product. Like, we don't know, there's certain things we know, obviously the super libtard companies that there's been a boycott of, whether it be Target or something else. But how do you guys go about, how do you get to the public? How do you tell them what you found? What's your apparatus of communication?
Well, our database has been built by a large team of researchers. We've got a full-time research staff, but we've also got 25 to 28 contracted researchers at any one time, constantly reviewing the policies and behaviors of these companies. And we collect them in the database, and they don't just stay there static. We're always renewing that information, and we're getting it to state financial officers who are managing a lot of our money, and those are one of our most important audiences, because you're talking about people managing the public's money. It should be managed as Americans need their money managed, not as SPLC or Human Rights Campaign wants it managed.
So again, though, for the general public, here's an example. I'll take Amy in Wilmington.
Yes.
Just send a donation to my campaign. Amy, we're going to make you the example here, because you're the first one that came to mind. She listens to my show. She's what I would call a traditional conservative, right? And she's not a rhino, but she's not out there, activists waving a sign. She's just a traditional conservative. So Amy and her husband, they're retired, and they invest in different things. How would Amy know if she's investing in a woke company that's taking her money and utilizing it to promote things that she does not believe in? How would she know that?
Well, the helpful tool that we have on our website at 1792exchange.com is the corporate bias rating database. You can search more than 4,500 companies and investigate what their policies are. You can see whether they're For example, funding the transing of children through their insurance plans. You could find out if they are making investment decisions based on radical environmentalism. So we rate them on a stoplight scale from red to yellow to green. Now we've got the red companies are those companies who are fully in woke land, as you said. So those are companies that your listener Amy might not want to invest in, and might want to go to her investment advisor and say, hey, can we create a portfolio that is more values aligned with what I believe? And those are the green companies, those companies that are generally respecting free enterprise, free speech, free expression of religion, and all those things that make America America.
See, I think you nailed it. I mean, a lot of people, I don't have a stock portfolio. My wife Ann does. I do not. I have all my money is in one thing, and that's silver. That's what I believe in right now. So 100% is there. But Ann has got, she has got a retirement 401 portfolio, IRA or whatever that she manages. So, what I like about what you're doing is, like, there were other funds out there that said, oh, we only invest in X companies,
yes,
right? And they started a niche. And so a lot of people have gone to them because they know the companies they're investing in share their values. But what I like about what you're doing, like, I just don't want to go to that company because I could be missing out on other opportunities, perhaps. But what you guys do is, I see what stocks I'm in or I'm thinking about going into one. I can go to, what is the website?
1792exchange.com.
Go to 1792exchange.com. I can look up the company and see the woke rating.
Yes.
Or though you guys call it something else. What do you call it?
Just corporate bias rating.
Corporate bias
Yes.
rating. But it's basically the
Yes.
woke rating. So I can see how woke they are. And then I can decide if I really want to get involved in that, because I don't want to put my money towards anything that is going to perpetuate the Madamis of the world.
Yes, exactly. And, there's two bits of good news here. One, values-aligned investing is entering a golden age right now. In fact, an investment vehicle that was just introduced to the New York Stock Exchange at the end of last year was through Trump Media, and these are the Truth Social Exchange Traded Funds, ETFs. These ETFs rely on 1792 Exchange's corporate bias rating database to decide which companies that they are going to invest in. So if you want a values aligned investment, I mean, I'm not an advisor. Don't take my advice in this, investment advice, but, investigate. And again, those are the Truth Social funds. They released 5 of them at the New York Stock Exchange. And the corporate bias rating database data was so important to these funds that my boss and I were on the balcony ringing the bell at the New York Stock Exchange back in January to introduce these funds.
See, this is what we need. We need information, right? MAGA needs information so that we're sure that we're not investing in things that are going to the exact opposite of what we believe in. And what you've done is given us a vehicle to get the information without telling us what to do. It's like, here's the information. We've done it. How do you get your funding?
We're completely privately funded, individual donors and foundations.
Outstanding. We're with Greg Scott. He's the executive vice president of 1792 Exchange, here live with us in studio. By the way, thanks for coming in. We love when people come in the studio. Greg, also, are you coming to our big event tomorrow night?
I just found out about it about 30 minutes ago, and I'm in.
Okay, Greg's coming, so you can meet him there. And if you want to go to our event, time is running out. Our big victory party Tuesday. It's at the City Tavern. It's going to be so much fun in Georgetown. And Corey Lewandowski, Morgan Griffith, the congressman, he's on my show all the time. U.S. Treasurer Brandon Beach. Just go to makedcgreat.com. You can buy a ticket there, only $50. And here's what's great about it. Open bar, great food. If Ann's ever involved in an event, you always know there's going to be great food there. Also, the City Tavern is an iconic place. Apparently, it's been there since 1792, just like you guys.
Perfect.
And so it's been there forever. We understand that George Washington went there to get a couple beers when he got a little stressed out. We understand that John Adams was there for a while when they were building the White House. So It's got a lot of history to it, this City Tavern. Just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. Let's open the phone lines up for Greg Scott. If you want to give him a call, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. While we're doing that, you guys have done another big thing. You've got an alliance with Turning Point and others to really stop the funding of the Southern Poverty Law Center, Greg, which has now been exposed for doing a lot of nefarious things with their donations.
Yes. Unfortunately, many corporations rely upon and even partner with Southern Poverty Law Center, which is an absolutely noxious organization that exists to manufacture hate. They don't exist to be helpful. They exist to destroy, and they've even admitted as much. So there's a company called Benevity that manages the corporate donation or corporate charitable giving programs at various companies. So if you work at a company and you want to give to a charity, you can go through, and sometimes the companies will match, but Benevity is the software that manages that. Benevity has a filter on its software that disallows people to give to legitimate 501c3 companies if they appear on the Southern Poverty Law Center's hate list. So you mentioned Turning Point USA. You have Alliance Defending Freedom, Family Research Council, Moms for Liberty, Defending Education, and Focus on the Family. Okay, listen, some of us are a little bit spicy. I've worked at a couple of those organizations that have been identified as SPLC hate groups. And, I can get a little spicy myself. So I'm like, okay, maybe I get it. I don't. But Focus on the Family. You can't think of a more anodyne, just good, wholesome organization than Focus on the Family. It's like the pinnacle of that. And in fact, Southern Poverty Law Center used to say, hey, we're not really biased against Christians because look, we don't have Focus on the Family on our hate list. They added them to the hate list, took that disclaimer off, and then you had the interim president of Southern Poverty Law Center sitting in front of Jim Jordan's committee last week, babbling and blubbering about why they're not actually anti-Christian when they definitely are. So Benevity uses this list to exclude good organizations like TPUSA, Moms for Liberty, and the others that I mentioned from charitable giving programs. And we know that about a quarter of Fortune 1000 companies use Benevity. That's a market cap of $57 trillion. That's millions of employees that are forbidden from giving to those organizations in their charitable giving because they're listed by the Southern Poverty Law Center.
How do you stop it?
Well, we launched a campaign. The reason why we got into this was we got a message from somebody who works for a Fortune 100 company after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And by the way, Southern Poverty Law Center put TPUSA on their hate list in, I believe, 2024, and then sent out a nasty email about Charlie Kirk just days before he was assassinated. Charlie's assassinated. This friend of ours from a Fortune 100 company decides, hey, I'm going to change my charitable giving to Turning Point USA. Tries to do it through his company's portal, and he can't do it. He sees TPUSA there, but he can't click in the box. So he called us. He let us know that, and we are already aware that Benevity was using Southern Poverty Law Center's hate list because their CEO bragged about it back in 2021 on a PowerPoint, which they've since deleted from their website. But of course we got, because the internet's forever. And we sent a letter to Benevity saying, hey, you need to knock it off. This organization is a bad actor. They exist to destroy. They exist to manufacture hate to make money. And you should not use them to weaponize charitable giving against these good organizations who are doing great work for America.
It's really just frightening to how the far left has gotten their claws into everything, and how they direct so much money away from us and towards them that were under the radar screen that you wouldn't have even known without you guys pointing it out, Greg.
Yeah, so we collected a great list of allied organizations to sign on to this letter. And in fact, we just added 4 in the last month. We announced the 3 we added last week. That was Turning Point USA, PragerU, and Focus on the Family. And some of the organizations that are on here do not sign joint letters. And they told me that when I talked to them. They said, hey, we don't sign joint letters. But on something as important as this, where you have this now indicted organization, we could talk about that, deciding who can get charitable donations. They signed on. Just got another one last week. I was with my friend Nikki Neely down in Kansas City, and I said, hey, why isn't Defending Education on our letter? She said, well, we are now. Add us. So we've got Defending Education on there now. We're up to 16 organizations. We're going to add more. And we're going to keep the pressure on Benevity. We've sent another letter to them, to the CEO, demanding that she dissociate publicly with the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Well, I love what you guys are doing. Can you hang with us a couple more minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to go to a quick break. When I get back, I want you to break down for us, for our audience, in detail, exactly what the Southern Poverty Law Center did in giving money to right-wing groups like in Charlottesville to foment discord. If you look at what they did, it is unconscionable. I mean, they're supposed to be defending the have-nots. What they did was give money to people that would stir things up so that they could then react to it. I mean, it's nefarious. It's diabolical. I mean, it's crazy. But it's real. More of Greg Scott when I get back. Let's get under the Southern Poverty Law Center, see exactly what this organization has done. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America, live, Washington, D.C. Greg Scott and I will be right back with your calls, 888-480-JOHN. Pennsylvania Posse, 9 o'clock.
Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Ponder this. I was a crew member of a sailboat racing team. I should tell you that I never really developed sea legs, so my contributions to the team left a little to be desired. As I recall, on one racing day, the captain put me at the helm. He must have been desperate. During the race, a strong gust of wind came up suddenly. The boat heeled dramatically. I panicked and let go of the helm for fear of being tossed overboard and lost at sea forever. Thank the Lord for the keel, a heavy fin at the bottom of the boat that rights the boat during heavy winds. It remains unseen under the water, but it is a powerful stabilizer during the rough weather. You know, the Lord is like a keel in life. If we turn to Him, especially during turbulent times, He will always guide us to safety. He provides us with stability during rough times in our life if we reach out to Him and ask for help. Run to the Lord in prayer and trust that He will lead you to calmer waters. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, you're back on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. I'm with Greg Scott. Greg is Executive Vice President of 1792 Exchange. We're going to take your calls, 888-480-JOHN. Pennsylvania Posse coming up, 9 o'clock. We've got Dan Muse is going to be with us, I think, at 9:30. GT Thompson at 9, part of the Pennsylvania Posse, both congresspeople in Texas. So we're going to get a lot of overview. We talked about Iran earlier. That's on everybody's mind, I know. Big supporter of what the president has done. And the straits are opened right now. Ships are going through right now as we speak. Gas is going to come down, and then I don't know what the hell the Democrats are going to campaign on. When gas is $2.19 in August, good luck campaigning on high gas prices. These people are ridiculous, and it's all going to come home to roost. But hey, that's for a little bit later on today with Pennsylvania Posse. Also, a special SBA director, cabinet level, Kelly Loeffler, is going to be with us by phone at 10 a.m., about 10:05. So we're going to take a few minutes of the beginning of Michael Patrick Leahy's show and get the SBA director record loans coming out of the SBA. And I got her on because I got a story to tell you because of my personal experience just the other day with what she's done there. So many great things happening in this Trump economy. It's unbelievable. And of course, Washington, D.C., the land of milk and honey, baby. You got to come and visit us. Look, Greg, you're here. Do you live in the area?
Yes, I do.
Where do you live?
I'm in Haymarket, about 40 miles.
Okay,
40 miles
so
west.
you're in Northern Virginia, but you come to D.C. all the time.
Yes, I do.
You came today. By the way, did you come by car or metro?
I came by car.
Because you're from Haymarket.
Yes.
Right. If you were in Ashburn, you could just jump on the Silver Line and get off one block away. But you're not. So, but when you come here now, can you even dispute the difference in D.C. in the past 18 months?
No, I can't. And I used to take the VRE into Union Station every day.
The VRE.
The VRE.
Virginia Railroad Express.
Yeah, exactly.
Where did you take that?
Where did I take?
From where? Where'd you get
I was
on?
in Woodbridge at the time. So
okay,
I got
so
out of Union
yeah.
Station. And I can tell you that the transformation, even around Union Station, has been amazing, especially during COVID time when all those encampments went up and the graffiti was out of control.
Oh my God, it was so disgusting.
The urine and the weed, it was just overpowering.
You'd walk out of your train and you'd go into the main forum. First of all, there'd be homeless people just laying around on blankets. And then the smell of the urine when you walked into that atrium would knock you over. And that, you're right, you combine that with the weed, and there were no police there. The thing was, the floors never got mopped. It was disgusting. You know, you don't have to live in filth and squalor. There is a choice. You can choose to live in cleanliness and safety and beautification. You look at again, Dan, put up again those two pictures of the reflection pond. I mean, it's just a simple thing like clean it out, put chlorine in it, put fresh water in it, right? Paint the bottom of it. It is as simple as that. You can choose a better way of life. You don't have to do this. And this is what my whole campaign has been about. Now, I hate to go off, but you come at a time where my election's tomorrow. We got GOTV going on, get out the vote. So if you're in the second ward and you've not voted, be sure and vote for me in DC in the Republican primary for Ward 2 chairman. But I mean, you just take a look at this. I mean, if you're on the radio, you can't see it. But on the left-hand side is the reflecting pool under Biden. And it's absolutely disgusting, right?
It was.
Then on the right side is the picture I took yet a Saturday, right? Blue water, absolutely beautiful, perfectly clean, looks fabulous, just because you had a leader that said, we don't have to live in filth.
That's right. The only people that don't like the blue reflecting pond are the blue hairs. And they're out there crying about it. I got a funny story about Union Station. The only time that I was ever confronted about not wearing a mask, and I was walking through what I described before, urine, weed, all of that was in Union Station. Somebody demanded I put on a mask in that. I said no.
Yeah.
Politely.
Good for you. It's so disgusting, but
it's ironic.
It can be done, and I know my campaign is I got on the front page of the Washington Post, obviously, because I'm the only person out there this whole campaign promoting what the president's done, and nobody wants to acknowledge it. I mean, he got sued the other day for not to stop the UFC freedom fight, to stop it. Now, obviously, the judge allowed it to go on, but that was a beautiful thing last night. It was gorgeous. If you saw it on TV, it was gorgeous. I mean, you gave pride in your city. What was wrong with that fight last night, right? It was beautiful. Now, I'm not particularly a UFC fan, but it was the way it was staged was beautiful. It gives pride in your city that we can actually do things. That's why I ask you to support my campaign today. Got to get out the vote. Got to win big. Got to send the message. Just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. Any donation that you give now is helpful. I've only got 2 days. Now or never. Let's go to makedcgreat.com. Every little bit helps, and we appreciate it. This message paid for by Fredericks for chairman and approved by me. And I'm so excited. I got Greg coming. Now I got to get his CEO to come. So we're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow.
Sounds like it's going to be a good party.
You got to be part of the action, man. You can get change. What I'm so excited about what Trump has done in this city is he's proven, I don't care where you live, what city you live in, Chicago, Philadelphia, it doesn't matter, Boston, how bad it is, New York. With leadership, you can fix it. You can fix it. And you're part of that leadership coalition. Greg Scott with us. Greg, thank you. Executive Vice President, 1792 Exchange. What has the Southern Poverty Law Center, Greg Scott, been up to?
Southern Poverty Law Center has been up to it for a long time. They're founded in 1971 for an ostensibly good purpose, to end groups like the KKK, Aryan Nation, groups like that were in existence at the time. They had a strategy in the 1980s to bankrupt the KKK through the court system, and they were pretty successful. But I will caveat that with saying that at the time in the 80s, the KKK wasn't really that much in operation. They're more, when you detach a lizard tail and it's still kind of flopping around. And so they finally stomped on it with this legal strategy. But the purpose was good. Problem is that Southern Poverty Law Center really lost its reason to exist. I will compare them to another organization to show you two paths they could have gone down. There was an organization founded in 2001 called Freedom to Marry. It was founded by a guy named Evan Wilson, and his mission was to get same-sex marriage legalized across the country. That happened under Obergefell in 2015. Do you know what Evan Wilson did? He shut down Freedom to Marry because he accomplished his mission. Not that we agreed with that mission, but he did the honorable thing. Southern Poverty Law Center didn't do that in the 1980s. Instead of closing up shop because they accomplished their mission, they went on a different mission, and that was to manufacture hate. And the recent indictments that have come down, the first one in April and the superseding indictment that came down 2 weeks ago, shows that Southern Poverty Law Center was not fighting hate. Southern Poverty Law Center was feeding hate. They were essentially inventing organizations and inventing strife and creating the conditions for a race war and an ideological war, civil war between Americans by actually funding it.
Okay, I want to highlight. I'm going to make this the title. That's why I was typing, because I didn't want to forget what you just said. The mission of the Southern Poverty Law Center, the stated mission, was to fight hate on any level, any ideology, just to fight hate. So but instead of, they couldn't find enough hate to fight, right? That's basically what you're saying.
That's right.
They couldn't find enough hate to fight, so they had to start manufacturing hate and fermenting hate with their money in order to fight it. Is that what they did?
That's exactly right. And this isn't a new thing. I've been involved in exposing Southern Poverty Law Center for about 15 or 16 years now, because it was inevitable that one of my former employers was going to end up on the hate list. So we wanted to get out ahead of it. So I did a massive amount of research on Southern Poverty Law Center and found a number of things. One, people in Southern Poverty Law Center's hometown have known what a scam they are forever. In 1994, there was a 8-part series done exposing Southern Poverty Law Center by the Montgomery Advertiser, which is their hometown paper. 1994, Southern Poverty Law Center was already known to be a scam organization. In the year 2000, Harper's Magazine, very, very right-wing magazine, did an expose on Southern Poverty Law Center. Well, of course, yeah. Of course. And then 2019, a former staffer named Bob Moser from Southern Poverty Law Center wrote in the New Yorker a massive expose on this organization. So we and others, including people who worked for Southern Poverty Law Center, knew that they were a mail order scam. They existed to scare white liberal women in the Northeast, to make them donate, and then to fool corporations, which is what our interest in it is, into supporting them not only in theory but also in practice and financially.
So give us some. We're with Greg Scott. Greg is the executive vice president of the 1792 Exchange. Go to 1792exchange.com. Get more information on him exposing woke corporations with a score, which I like, kind of like a conservative political action score, right? If you want to find out what your congressman is, you go get their score, you get an idea. Doesn't mean it's perfect, but it's an idea. Now, let's get to Southern Poverty Law Center, Greg. Walk us through a hard example, like, for instance, Charlottesville, where it's been exposed where the Southern Poverty Law Center actually paid right-wing crazy agitators to foment hate so they could then put that up on their thing and say, give me more money so I can fight the hate. Walk us through what they actually did.
Sure. So, Charlottesville is a great example of this, because Southern Poverty Law Center is one of the primary organizations that was promoting the great people on both sides hoax, which Trump never said, but Southern Poverty Law Center was one of those organizations.
No, I was there in New York. He said, when asked about the question, this was in Trump Tower. I was there covering it. He was essentially there to talk about his transportation bill. It got off the rails with Charlottesville. And he did say that, he said, look, there were good people on both sides. I mean, I thought that was an ill-advised comment. I knew what he meant, but it was an ill-advised comment, but it was taken out of context.
Right. Yes. The words he said, you're right. He said those words, but they were
taken out of context.
Completely out of context. So for a long time, we've known that Southern Poverty Law Center has been using its money to create hate. Now we have hard evidence from a federal grand jury, again in Southern Poverty Law Center's backyard from Alabama, that shows that Southern Poverty Law Center has actually been funding hate groups to the tune of, in the initial indictment in April, $3 million. And then the superseding indictment added $1.1 million to that, $4.1 million. Now, their excuse is, well, law enforcement funds informants within movements all the time, and that's all we're doing. Well, first of all, who died and made you the FBI? And then second of all, that's not at all what they were doing. I'll use the example of Charlottesville. One of the organizers of the Charlottesville rally Southern Poverty Law Center gave $300,000 to help organize it, to provide transportation, and also to post hateful messages under the direction and supervision of Southern Poverty Law Center. Now, a guy named Norm Eisen on X said, well, $300,000 isn't all that much. These organizations are not raising any money. So for one guy involved in Charlottesville in the Unite the Right rally to get $300,000 from Southern Poverty Law Center, that's a lot of lawn chairs, that's a lot of vapes, and that's a lot of that's a lot of rent money for a guy like that who is not surviving otherwise. And I joked on another podcast about a month ago, before the superseding indictment came out. I said, hey, I'm surprised Southern Poverty Law Center isn't funding like the dry cleaning bills for KKK robes. Well, guess what, John? Superseding indictment alleges that Southern Poverty Law Center actually paid for materials for cross burnings and to make KKK robes and hoods.
So they get money from their white liberal women donors in New York and the Northeast. They take part of that money. They give it to a guy, whoever the guy's name is, that ran Unite to Right, which is running around the state capitol in Charlottesville, running around Charlottesville with tiki torches saying blood to soil. And we all know what that means, especially if you're of German descent like me. You know what that means. Simple. You know what it means. I have to get into it on the radio, but blood to soil and tiki torches, the imagery is very clear if you're of German descent like our family is. Okay. And it's not good. So they pay them $300,000 to get a rally going there, to get their people there to do that. And then obviously you have the incident with the counter rally, and then you have the clash and the woman that got run over. And so it caused a death. And then they turn around and they put Charlottesville up as the signing hate example that they funded. I mean, it is incredible that they're getting away with this. I mean, think about what they did. The hoaxes that go on in the United States, the fake news jumped on it, and Charlottesville, and Terry McAuliffe ran for governor again, and he wrote a book on it. And, of course, McAuliffe told everybody to stand down. So he was actually part of it, although I'm a friend of Terry's. He wrote a book, but he told everybody to stand down. I mean, this whole thing was a hoax.
Yes, it was. But you know what?
Because if they didn't get the $300,000, maybe there is no rally. Yeah, maybe they have, instead of having 500 people, they have 10.
Yeah, and you know what? That's the and that's the big that's the big scam here. They are inventing hate, they're manufacturing it, but they're getting paid for it too. Back in 2015, Southern Poverty Law Center's budget was under $40 million. You know what it was in 2023? $160 million. They have created they have created a crisis that does not exist in the United States of America. They have been responsible for a lot of the a lot of the strife that Americans have between and among each other, and they're making a lot of money for it. So it is good that this indictment came down. 11 counts, including wire fraud, false statements to a federally insured bank, and conspiracy to commit concealment money laundering. Now, this is there are people who say, "Oh, this is not a big deal. This is just a political witch hunt by the Trump administration." But it's not. I mean, we've been following this for a long time. My friend Tyler O'Neill wrote a book called I don't remember the name of it now, but he wrote a book, the comprehensive book on Making Hate Pay is the name of it, on Southern Poverty Law Center. This was known for a long time. SPLC was doing this, but now we've got the receipts, literally.
It's unbelievable the number of hoaxes by the left that go on in this country, from the Russia hoax to, the Southern to the Charlottesville hoax to the Southern Poverty Law Center hoax. I mean, they just put these things out there and the fake news runs with it. Like the fake news who tell you that, they actually take Southern Poverty Law Center like there's some, a totally legit organization that's trying to help the downtrodden and they're against hate, where they're actually giving money to hate groups to fight the hate that they create. I mean, it's incredible.
You know that meme?
They fight the hate that they create.
You know that meme where the guy's laying on the sidewalk and the woman is above him administering CPR and says, "Don't die on me now, I need you." The woman is Southern Poverty Law Center. the guy on the ground is white extremist groups. And Southern Poverty Law Center is breathing life into things that really don't exist. So $4.1 million.
So they can perpetuate themselves.
That's right. And that's what it is. It is a self-perpetuation cycle. Yep, that's exactly what it is. But, here's the good news. We have been, we have not heard back from Benevity yet, but we're going to stay on Benevity, make sure that they publicly remove the Southern Poverty Law Center filter. We've contacted all the companies that we know that use Benevity, and we've had some success. And several companies have removed those filters and dissociated themselves with Southern Poverty Law Center. MasterCard, Texas Instruments, Salesforce, Meta, others have said we're not going to have anything to do with this organization anymore. It's gotten too hot. It's gotten too political. And we said, okay, thank you, but about time. So we're going to stay on this. There have been several financial institutions also that have dissociated from Southern Poverty Law Center. Fidelity Charitable, Vanguard, and Schwab. And Fidelity actually bans fund holders from donating to SPLC. So we're making progress here. SPLC has been exposed. We thank the Judiciary Committee. We thank the AG for doing the work to help us finally take down Southern Poverty Law Center.
Incredible work. Another hoax. And they've been around forever, and people take them seriously. And fomenting the hate to perpetuate anti-hate is just incredible. And where's the New York Times? Where's the Washington Post? Where's CNN? Where's MS Now? Where is all these, where's the LA Times? Nowhere to be found. Where's the Chicago Tribune? That once great paper, now a rag. Total freaking rag. When I was there at Tribune Company back in the day, that was a formidable institution. Now it's just a rag. And it's, where are they? Where are any of them? Like, nowhere to be found. You think this thing would be exposed? No, because that's part of their web of lies in order to gain power. Greg, I want to thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much.
I want to thank Greg Scott. Greg, again, where do people go?
1792exchange.com. And I encourage you to sign up for our new newsletter called the Buttonwood Brief. You can get it right on the home page. Sign up for newsletter. We just launched it last week, and there's a lot of great information on corporate behavior and what you can do to make a difference.
Greg Scott, good job, Greg. Normally we don't get people in here for 2 segments, but you did excellent. It was a fascinating report on Southern Poverty Law Center and these woke companies you guys are exposing. I will see you Tuesday night.
Yes, sir.
And then I got to corral a new boss.
Excellent. Thanks, John.
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it.
We're going to be right back. Pennsylvania Posse next.
WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFV, Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Friday may bring the signing of a preliminary deal between the U.S. and Iran. This memorandum of understanding announced by President Trump. The BBC's Gary O'Donoghue says there are a number of key loose ends that have yet to be tied up.
The deal, while crucial, is just a beginning. It will kick off a period of 60 days, during which the US and Iran will have to agree on how to destroy and remove Iran's nuclear material. That in itself could easily falter. The exact status of the Strait of Hormuz is also something over which divergent views are still apparent. And the timing of sanctions relief and the unfreezing of Iranian assets is still not consistent between both parties.
And word of the deal comes as the G7 summit gets underway in Europe.
Top of the list of priorities for G7 nations is reopening the Strait of Hormuz so that oil and gas from the Persian Gulf can flow out again to world markets. France and Britain have a proposal to help with that. They are offering warships that could help escort tankers through the strait and also get rid of any mines. That proposal is expected to be discussed as part of wider talks on the Middle East, both at a leaders' dinner that kicks off the G7 this evening and through the next 3 days of talks to Wednesday.
That's correspondent John Lester. Crude prices have tumbled since the agreement was announced. And today's AAA national average for a gallon of gas, $4.06. That is down a penny from yesterday's, down 46 cents from a month ago. The latest Russian attack on Ukraine killed 11 people, more than 50 others wounded. The assault also damaging a renowned religious site in Kiev. And watching Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 532 points, gain of 1%. NASDAQ futures 613 points, that's a gain of %. More on these stories, townhall.com.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Taking the kayaks out on a lake, hot dogs on the grill, and your sister's boyfriend pulling out his acoustic guitar.
Everyone quiet! Harrison's playing. Wow, you're so good, Harrison.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Mayhem mars New York City's celebration of the Knicks' first NBA championship in more than 50 years.
Chaos and violence across New York City Saturday night, with police making at least 63 arrests. In Midtown Manhattan, rowdy fans were smashing windows on police cars, climbing scaffolding, light poles, and even trying to hitch a ride on a moving fire truck. Police say they lit several buses on fire that were being used to transport people from Manhattan to MetLife Stadium for the World Cup games. In Times Square, one person was shot and had to be taken by police car to the hospital because the ambulance could not get through. At least 4 people were stabbed or slashed in the mayhem. Julie Walker, New York.
Swiss voters have rejected a proposal to cap the country's population at 10 million. The initiative, seen as a move against migration, was backed by the right-wing Swiss People's Party. News and analysis, townhall.com. Lord Stanley's Cup heading back to North Carolina for the first time in 2 decades.
The Carolina Hurricanes won their second Stanley Cup championship and first in 20 years on Sunday night, shutting down the Vegas Golden Knights 3-0 in Game 6 of the Cup final. Brandon Bussey, whose entrance late into Game 3 helped turn the series around, recorded his first career playoff shutout in stopping 22 shots. Taylor Hall scored just .347 into the game to set the tone. 37-year-old Jordan Stahl scored 6 of his 8 playoff goals in the Cup final to take home the Conn Smythe Trophy as playoff MVP. He's the oldest player to do so in NHL history. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
President Trump has celebrated his 80th birthday with a UFC cage fighting event on the White House lawn. The event featuring 7 fights and thousands of spectators. More on these stories, townhall.com.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's gonna ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's a common sense recap of the big stories.
This meeting with China and President Trump, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Listen, China's not our friend. They've been stealing our technology. They've been stealing the AI, responsible for the COVID. We have to be very, very careful about giving stuff to China.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
It's the top news of the day.
China wants the oil from Iran.
They want to make a deal that's good for them and not piss us off too much.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Ponder this. How many times have you heard that freedom means doing whatever you want as long as we don't hurt anyone else? On its face, this sounds pretty reasonable. But when you think about it, everything you do has an impact on someone or something. Let's say we overindulge in drinking. The immediate impact may be that we cannot get to work on time the next morning or even at all. Let's say we eat whatever we want, whenever we want. When health problems ensue later in life, your family, your friends, and your community may be impacted. For every action, there is a reaction, and this is Newton's law of physics. But it applies to our spiritual life as well. Being truly free means doing God's will in every decision that we make. This means we must know God's will by following His commandments and talking with Him in our daily life. Pray, trust, and persevere in following God's will for you every day. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's a common sense recap of the big stories.
This meeting with China and President Trump, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Listen, China's not our friend. They've been stealing our technology. They've been stealing the AI, responsible for the COVID. We have to be very, very careful about giving stuff to China.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
It's the top news of the day.
China wants the oil from Iran.
They want to make a deal that's good for them and not piss us off too much.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man you want on that wall, the man you need on that wall, John Fredericks.
Great. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. Well, it's Monday at 9 o'clock. That means it's time for Pennsylvania Posse. Great to have our posse here. Also, special guest joining the posse, one of my favorite congressmen of all time in Pennsylvania, G.T. Thompson, coming up. I love G.T. Down to earth, speaks the truth, not pretentious, answers his own phone. So I love this guy. I don't have to go through like 19 people to get to him. And what a super congressman. I wish he was my congressman. I don't have one in D.C., right? Well, I got President Trump, though. He's like my congressman here, right? So we'll get to that in a minute. This segment brought to you by Mountaineer Healthcare. And you get complete comprehensive coverage, including, get this, hospitalization, surgery, critical illness protection. You also get access to a nationwide PPO network with low $15 doctor visit copays. Now, the Smart Health Company in Mountaineer Healthcare is helping families and businesses get quality healthcare coverage without getting financially destroyed. Now, let's say you need prescriptions. Hey, they got that. They have they've got fully tiered prescription drug plans. Whether you need an individual plan for yourself, for your company, Mountaineer Healthcare has flexible options designed to save you some serious jack. Now get this. Here's the kicker. Rates can be up to 40% lower than unsubsidized marketplace plans or traditional group coverage like, well, what I'm on, Medicare. Like I pay like thousands of dollars for that. What good is it? I shouldn't even be on it, right? But I am because 68. I'm the oldest guy here in the posse. Now, you guys just remember, I'm the senior citizen here, so be nice to me. Now, you can call now, 833-752-6742, 833-752-6742. My good friend Barry Draper, guy's brilliant, great guy. He also does our song at 8 o'clock, by the way, or you can visit mountaineerhealthplan.com, mountaineerhealthplan.com. Smart coverage, real savings, peace of mind, truth, clarity, real healthcare savings. Visit, check this out, mountaineerhealthplan.com, and you are good to go. Okay, time for the Pennsylvania Posse. Let's bring everybody in. We've got, first of all, we've got Pennsylvania Representative Scott Barger with us. We've got Congressman, special guest appearance, G.T. Thompson, looking better than ever, G.T., with or without your glasses. You're the man.
There you go, John.
We've got Mike. You always good, GT. You're my favorite, right? I can't even help saying it. Even though I love a lot of my congressmen. I got Dan Music coming up at the bottom of the hour, but there's only one GT Thompson. Also, Mike Barley is with us, a longtime Pennsylvania GOP strategist, and raising hell in the state Senate. Now you're all by yourself with Mastriano going to God knows where. Jared Coleman, Jared, one of your big allies gone. You're going to have to find somebody else. And Stephanie Borowitz should be in by phone a little bit later on. Guys, good to have you with us. What happened to Thompson's video after I complimented him? He's gone. What happened? Let's get him back on. Okay, guys, let's go with. We're trying to get him back. All right, let's start with Jared Coleman here. Jared, I want to start. Philadelphia. Cops getting shot there. It's on video. I think we have the video, maybe not. But what are we going to do? What are you guys going to do about what the hell is going on in Philadelphia? I mean, it's turning into a war zone, Jared.
Yeah. What a mess. Prayers, obviously, for the family of the police officers. But once again, this is unfortunately Philly's turned into such a void that now it's being filled with crime, as we've always said, and bad for Philadelphians, right? Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are subject to this crime, and it's really sad. So again, but this is under the mayor right now and under the district attorney, and they're the ones that really should take action now in cleaning this up. Unfortunately, their record shows that they don't really clean things up. So hopefully for everyone, they cut to the chase here and clean up Philadelphia. Again, it's kind of unfortunately that this is, this type of violence never excusable, obviously, and hopefully these this never happens again there. But this has become all too common. Philadelphia this type of crime.
Mike Barley, can the governor step in here? I mean, we've got just chaos, and we're coming up on our 250th birthday, and we've got chaos going on in the city where our republic was birthed. I mean, can anybody step in here, or do we just let this crime and this squalor go rampant, Mike Barley?
Well, look, I think you see a lot of big American cities having this issue because they're under one-party rule, and it's been Democratic for a long time. But in Philadelphia, what we have as an added bonus is a George Soros prosecutor who doesn't prosecute crime. And that is a recipe for what we're seeing in Philadelphia right now. And look, I think, yes, the governor and past, not this governor, but other governors have stepped in and added additional resources. And look, they what they need to do is prosecute crime. They are talking about how crime numbers have gone down there. Well, if you don't report crime numbers, they're going to go down. I don't think anybody's going to Philadelphia today and saying, boy, it seems safer than it did last year or the year before. In many ways, I think they feel like it's more dangerous than it's ever been. And this last weekend is a prime example of that. And certainly my prayers go out to anybody who was injured this weekend. It's terrible, especially as we approach the 250th. You should be enjoying that city, enjoying where our history came from, where our country was birthed.
I mean, how long, Scott Barger, Representative Barger, how long do people put up with this? Like, how long do they, before they say, you know, there's got to be a better way? Like, I use Washington, D.C. as my example all the time. Not only am I running for office here, everybody knows that, Scott, but just the whole thing is just like, you see the difference in D.C., what leadership can do. When are people that live in these inner cities like Chicago and Philadelphia going to say, hey, there's a better way. We don't have to live this way?
As soon as the people who live in those cities decide that they've had enough. You know, I represent a pretty rural part of the state. For us, Philadelphia is out of sight, out of mind oftentimes, but even where we are in Blair County, we have to deal with the crime overflow coming out of the city of the first class. I mean, I reached out not many months ago to our district attorney and asked, out of curiosity, how many people are we housing in our county prison with a Philadelphia address? And he got back to me and said, it's about 15%. So 15% of the inmates that the people of Blair County are paying to house and to prosecute, to go through the entire legal process to make sure they get their day in court, aren't even from Blair County. They're from Philadelphia. So we're feeling it where we are. The people in Philadelphia have to decide that, you know what, we want better than this. We want to be safe in our streets. We want to be able to own homes. We want to be able to use mass transit. We want to be able to go to work and not feel like we're going to get stabbed in the neck, you know, on a bus someplace. It is up to them to decide. They have to do it for themselves. I mean, from those of us on the outside, when I visit Philadelphia, I get in, John, I get out. And but I don't have to live there. The people who live there have to take their city back from Democrat control far too long. You see what the policies are getting you. It's time for a change there, like it is in many of the bigger cities in our nation.
Let's get to Stephanie Borowitz, who's on here by telephone, Pennsylvania House of Representatives, District 76. Stephanie, I think you said you couldn't be on video today because you've got to leave the Capitol. You're in some sort of a budget meeting. When you talk to people about Philadelphia and the disaster going on there, the DA you have that's just letting people out of jail, I mean, it's turned into just one of them, the disaster city now, right up there with Chicago, Baltimore, whatever. I mean, don't people in the House care? Stephanie, you there? We don't have.
Are you guys there?
Yes. Did you get my question?
Yeah, I said it's sad because the representatives from Philadelphia act as if, they don't realize what's going on in the crime. I'm on Judiciary Committee, and they are actively, many Philadelphia representatives are actively having bills that release criminals on our streets or decrease penalties for second-degree murder. It's just insanity. And what's really sad in these cities is many of them, or most of them, are sanctuary cities, and then have the strictest gun control. So obviously it shows gun control is all about control. It doesn't prevent crime. Obviously, we know that. And it's sad, most of them are sanctuary cities, and I think the Department of Homeland Security just did a press conference explaining how many children, lost kids, they're finding in these sanctuary cities. So it needs to change, but like Scott said, it's not going to change until the people rise up, and someone has to stand up. We need godly and God-fearing man or woman to rise up and run for office in these cities. And as you see, it's hard to win if you have corrupt elections like in Los Angeles, but you have to have good men and good women that rise up and run for these positions.
Well, that's right. I'm running in Washington D.C. and with all the fraud that went on in L.A., I mean, it makes it very discouraging for somebody like me to get in this thing and spend their time and resources, and then you see what's going on there, where I stayed up late watching those returns, and it looked like we had a mayor's race, and then a week later we didn't. He just disappeared off the screen. It's just crazy what's going on. Of course, the mail-in ballots, I think they're still coming in there, but we don't have that problem in Pennsylvania. I mean, it's a pretty secure system, guys. From the way Pennsylvania does it, I have no quarrel. When I ran there in Pittsburgh, I had no quarrel with the way that thing's run there. But Mike, I just want to get you in here. The problem you've got in Pennsylvania has to do with even the representatives in the state government don't care about what's happening in your major city.
No, and look, I think even this last primary election, what you saw was they went further left. They went more extreme, and even when they challenged, the DA there, Larry Krasner, with someone who might be, more middle of the road, they absolutely, push them aside, disparage them, and they've been successful in getting Larry Krasner reelected a couple times and continuing this chaos. And you're right. It's going to take people who are strong and will step up and really fight that. Again, you look at what happened in LA. It is discouraging. Our elections aren't quite as bad as their system, which I don't even, I think, the folks in Somalia would be like, boy, that system's not good. It's really discouraging. But look, I think you're right. I mean, it's not a difficult equation. We need strong people to run and who want to actually do the job they're elected to do, like prosecute criminals.
So, I mean, anybody weigh in here? I'm just trying to get in the mind of the Philadelphia voter. So you live in Philadelphia. You can't go down the street. You can't send your kids to school without an escort. You can't do anything. It's squalor. It's filth. Criminals get let out of jail. But you go and you vote to reelect Larry Krasner, whose number one objective is to stop Trump, does nothing to help your city, nothing to help your life, nothing to help your safety, lets criminals out. What is it? Somebody weighing in, like, what is in the mind of the Philadelphia voter? Like, let me keep voting for the guy that makes me live in misery and fear. What is in their head?
Yeah, Democrat
no
machine,
idea.
right? It's
Yeah.
a Democrat machine. They're out there getting the votes back, and people pull the lever based on party. Again, like it shouldn't be surprising to think that, like, large Democrat cities ridden by crime, it's not part of the playbook. You want people holed up. You want them scared to go out. You want them relying on the government. Then the government will tell you, we need more money, so we need to raise your taxes more so we can stop the crime. It's just think about San Francisco. San Francisco used to be beautiful. I remember San Francisco prior to COVID, and then going during COVID, everything was boarded up in San Francisco. Now, it's gotten so terrible.
You can't go there. I mean, you can't
look at
go
Los
there.
Angeles.
You can't
Right?
walk down the sidewalk without stepping over needles or waste, human waste. I mean, it's just like, how did we get here? Why don't we bring in Congressman G.T. Thompson, my favorite congressman? Okay, it is what it is, from Pennsylvania, agriculture.
Is he your favorite congressman, John?
I have a lot of favorite congressmen, but yeah, he's right up there. Because he's just G.T. Thompson. I mean, the guy's like such a great leader. Anyway, we got him by phone, but thank you for saying that. G.T., thanks for being with us. I want to get to Iran, what you think of the deal, and what you think that's going to go, you think that's going to do to gas prices in Pennsylvania, Congressman G.T. Thompson.
Hey, John, thanks so much for having me on. I apologize for some technical issues here with, I always say I have a face for radio, so maybe that's why we wound up just on the telephone here. It is, I have complete confidence in President Trump that he would get us to this point with what has been announced. He knew how to inflict the injury in our really targeting military communications, intelligence, leadership, really to get to the point where they would be forced to come to the table. And I'm very excited about the fact that this agreement is slated to be signed in Switzerland on Friday. The vice president will be there. I wouldn't be surprised if the president goes to be a part of that as well. I think that I've already seen signs of Texas oil being coming down into the 80s. Actually, I saw about $81 per barrel. Based on the speculators in the market, when this deal was announced and when the pens are applied to this agreement, the Straits of Hormuz will be open. The announcements this morning that finally, the French and the British are going to be willing to come in and help clear mines and help to escort ships through the straits. I'm not surprised that President Trump got to this point. This was not easy, but he accomplished this in a relatively short period of time when you really put it into perspective.
Let's get to let's get to center here for a second. When gas prices go down in Pennsylvania, what are the Democrats going to run on?
Yeah. I mean, look. This is again. So prior to the deal being signed, right, and prices are going to come down. Of course, we had a bill. I mean, I had a bill to repeal the gas tax. Right. We had another bill to put a pause on the gas tax. And the governor had no interest in moving that bill. I mean, I can't explain why it doesn't move through a Republican-controlled Senate either, to be quite honest with you. Like, we had the ability to drop the gas tax in Pennsylvania, but we didn't do it. I mean, my bill sits there idle. I think that's because for Democrats, as you point out, for Shapiro, the pain that people feel is good for him. And so he exploits that to his gain. Because he could have been a leader on that during this whole conflict and say, you know what, they have a bill and they have Coleman's bill in the Senate, Boscola's bill in the Senate to reduce the gas tax, give people some breathing room. But no, because it's all about going after Trump, John. That's all what his whole campaign. I think he's running for president half the time. He's not the governor or he's a pundit because he's constantly posting about Donald Trump. And I think that's getting, he needs to focus on doing his job as governor, not spending millions of dollars, some speculate $100 million on taking Trump to court. This is just out of control. So the point is, he had the option to reduce the gas tax. He could have dropped the gas tax by almost $1 if he wanted to, but he wants people to feel the pain. He wants that pressure so that he can try to get political decision out of it. So now we'll see what's going to happen. Look, I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow. It's going to be that Trump didn't do it quick enough. It's that he didn't do it quick enough. And he waited. Right.
I mean, that's
he
why
waited
they
until it
won't
was sunny. That's going to be the problem.
You nailed it. The reason why they won't lower the gas tax is because that's the pain they need in order to win the midterms. Let's get to Congressman G.T. Thompson, Pennsylvania Republican, runs the Agriculture Committee. G.T., gas prices go down. Shapiro won't have them go down for another $1 for obvious reasons. Let's get to agriculture. Prices up at stores, affordability is the issue, fertilizer too expensive. What do you see happening there on the affordability front, Congressman G.T. Thompson?
Well, John, energy prices are a big driver on everything, obviously. And when it comes to food, when it comes to farmers, when energy costs are up the way they were, and now they're going to be dropping. And I agree with the senator. The governor had the opportunity to really provide some relief to the citizens of Pennsylvania, and he chose not to do that. And it wasn't for practical purposes; it was for political purposes, to inflict as much harm on the citizens of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as possible. Really to have as a political wedge or advantage for not just this election, but I think the guy actually foolishly thinks that he could be president of the United States, and to set him up for the future. As these prices come down, and they will now with the Straits of Hormuz scheduled to be opened, and it is a world price when it comes to energy, on our farmers, that impacts, you said it, fertilizer, but also diesel fuel. I mean, diesel fuel has just been outrageous. And we're going to see those. I think we're going to start to see those drop, and I think they're going to drop significantly. All of our food, and it's just not on the farm. It's the cost of production. It's the cost to transport those agriculture commodities to eventually to the grocery store and to the consumer. And so energy costs has a significant impact and bearing on the cost. Now, I also I've been honored to work with the president's team, with Secretary Rollins, Secretary Wright, who's the Secretary of Energy, with the Corps of Engineers, General at the Department of War that handles the Corps, really looking at an all-of-government approach to really developing domestic production of fertilizer. That's something that we need to do. Fertilizer is energy. It's energy for growing and producing our food, whether you're talking livestock or crops. And I'm really pleased with this administration really taking that on and bringing folks like myself and Senator John Bozeman, who chairs the Senate Ag Committee, to the table to be a part of that.
Congressman, what is driving up the cost of beef in the United States?
It's the New World screwworm, John. This is kind of a rerun from the 1960s. This is something that came from Central America, and it impacts livestock. It can be carried by pets and wild animals as well. And right now there's a hold at the border, probably at least 1 million head of cattle that normally would be in, say, a Texas feedlot at this point and eventually go into the food chain. But in order to try to prevent this new outbreak from spreading extensively in and across the United States, the border has been sealed to these cattle. It doesn't impact the quality or the quality or the ability to eat this meat, but it is, it is something we don't want to have to deal with in an extensive way. And we in the 1960s we were very successful at eradicating this. Believe it or not, what we used was the production of sterile flies. It takes about 400 million sterile flies produced a week to be able to do this. In the 1960s, they kind of rested. After they eradicated, they rested on their laurels. They only produced about 100 million per week. I, as chair of the House Ag Committee, and my committee have provided resources. U.S. Department of Agriculture. There's 2 new facilities that are opening up, and we are fastly getting to being able to produce 400 million sterile flies. When they reproduce, obviously that's the end. There's no next generation. But that is the primary issue at this point. It has, and then it's simple economics from there. You have just fewer, this is the lowest, smallest herd size of cattle in the United States in a very long time. And it really is all a result of this New World screwworm.
Unbelievable. Mike Barley, you're a GOP strategist, okay? Here's my question to you in Pennsylvania. All they're running on is inflation and gas prices. If gas prices go down to by August to $2.59, which I think they'll be at, and the price of food goes down because of all the things that Congressman G.T. Thompson just said, what exactly are the Democrats going to run on, Mike?
Well, look, hatred of Trump, right? But there's usually no reason or foundation there outside of just emotional. But you're right. I mean, look, when it comes to these elections, particularly in the midterm, it's about cost of living and affordability issues. And if those issues are being addressed, not only being addressed, but again, you've already seen the left on this Iran deal. It's going to be, it wasn't enough. It wasn't done as quickly. Iran's in some world, they believe they're in a stronger position today than they were before this conflict started, which is insane considering that they have no resources and we've eradicated most of their military and they can't produce nuclear weapons anymore, which is the objective. So, look, I think they'll continue to run on just this irrational hatred of President Trump, despite his record of achievement, which has been arguably the most impressive of any president.
All right, Jared, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to echo what, I think obviously we're getting to a point here that the play is going, as the Democrats like to talk about affordability. There's a misunderstanding that affordability is like they don't want to talk about. Sorry, I have a visitor here, but they don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk. They're not running on the inflation. They're trying to talk about affordability. The problem is their solutions for affordability are things like raising the minimum wage 100% in Pennsylvania to $15 an hour from $7, which will only make things more unaffordable, right? Because what we know is that less than 1% are actually making the minimum wage. But that would be like 100% increase and will ultimately cause the prices and the cost to be offset on consumers, right? People are going to raise the cost to cover that. And again, that's because they don't realize that that's not part of affordability at all. You need to actually deal with the problem, which is making things cheaper and making things more affordable, reducing costs. So that's kind of what we have to stay focused on. But again, it's like trying to make it now the government's going to give you money, right? Like this is like the Obama phone 2.0. Right. So anyways, just wanted to dovetail.
No, I think that's good. Okay, let's bring in Congressman Dan Muser with us, Pennsylvania. Congressman, good to have you with us. You're on the Pennsylvania Posse. We've got your colleague, G.T. Thompson, with you. We've got Jared Coleman that's got to fix his little child there. He's getting all fired up to be on video. Mike Barley with us as well, GOP strategist. Dan, thanks for joining us. We have Dan?
His video doesn't seem to be on yet there, John. I'm trying to work with him on his technical difficulties.
Okay. You guys have figured the video out, which is good. Let's get back to G.T. Thompson then. G.T., Congressman, I guess I'm the only guy in media. I've been saying for weeks, I think we're going to win the midterm. I think you're going to win the House. You're going to keep the House. And I also think you're going to win the Senate. I don't think we're going to lose any seats. Doubt we're going to win Georgia. Bullish on Michigan. Plattner's not going to win Maine. Forget that. And North Carolina toss-up. That might be the pickup wash with Michigan. Georgia, I don't think we're going to win, based on everything I've seen, to be honest. And Ossoff's got $90 bajillion. But GT, are you as bullish as me? Can we win these midterms? Can we keep the House?
Yeah, John, I think we absolutely can. Now, I've been waiting with bated breath waiting for President Trump to close the deal with to get the Iranians to fold and to give up that nuclear dust to allow the opening in the Straits of Hormuz and essentially and bringing down those costs, bringing down those energy costs, which impacts anything. That is happening. That is absolutely happening. That was hanging over our head. When it comes to the economy, the thing that we don't talk about enough is, the cost of everything was up because of geopolitical situations that are in the process of being resolved. But also wages are up. People's retirements, their investments are up. I mean, this economy, and it's largely it's the work that my colleagues with Danny Muser and the rest of the Republicans have done with the One Big Beautiful Bill. the return on investment to the benefit of the American family is happening right now. I also am bullish on this election because the candidates that we have recruited and how well our incumbent candidates are. We're outraising the Democrats, and that has not always been in the past, but across the board, we're doing extremely well. Also, I have to say, you look at the quality of the candidates that the Democrats are recruiting. They're going not far left, but far crazy. They're taking out what I consider to be liberal Democrats are being defeated in their primaries by individuals that are just out of touch with reality. And these are, I think these are all things that I think point well. We're going to have to, we got to run hard. We got to be smart. We do have to have the financial resources, and I think that those are coming in. But those who know me will tell you, John, and I think you know me well enough. No, I'm an eternal optimist, but I think the facts and the data will bear that out.
Listen, there's optimism and then there's reality. And the reality is the Democrats are running on one thing, gas. When it comes down, I really don't know what the hell they're going to say. That's why I know we've got, what is it? What was it, Mike Barley? We got 4 seats in Pennsylvania that the Democrats are targeting, that they're trying to flip. Fitzpatrick is one. You got 3 others.
Yes.
I don't think they're going to win. I don't think they're going to win any of them.
Look, I think you're right, and certainly we're very fortunate to have great leadership in Washington. We have 2 of the in Pennsylvania. We have 2 of the great congressmen that we have representing us right now, with G.T. Thompson and Dan Muser. But look, it's going to take a team effort. They are going to come and they are going to spend a lot of money. And I agree. I like the line that the congressman used. They've not gone far left. They've gone far crazy. These candidates are far left. They are absolutely outside of the mainstream of what the general the population of Pennsylvania are believing in. And I think ultimately our candidates will be successful because good policy makes good politics, and the policy in Washington has been good policy. It's going to affect and impact positively all Americans, particularly in Pennsylvania.
And we should do more to really put everything from the federal, like the one big beautiful bill, Republicans in Pennsylvania, we should have done more to really take advantage of that, right? So part of last year's budget, which was one of the parts scratching my head, again, we voted no on the budget. I voted no on the budget last year, but another thing we did was we stripped out the bonus depreciation for, businesses in Pennsylvania that was made possible for the one big beautiful bill. So we have to be able to tap all those resources to get the benefit. Again, that helps reduce those costs, right? Like, again, offsetting, making things more affordable. But in the infinite wisdom, and I say it in jest, of that was the Senate Republicans pulled that out. Like, how do we pull that out? That was like $1 billion tax increase on businesses in Pennsylvania. No one wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, they pulled it out so they could blame the Republicans in Congress for high cost. That's
right.
You guys nailed it. You guys absolutely nailed it with Shapiro not getting rid of or suspending the $1 gas tax in Pennsylvania. He wants people to suffer, so they vote for the Democrats. That's what's happening. I'm going to bring in Congressman Dan Muser, Republican Congressman in Pennsylvania. Congressman, thanks for being with us. You're with Mike Barley, GOP strategist on the Pennsylvania Posse, also with our good friend now all by himself in the Senate without Mastriano, Jared Coleman, and also G.T. Thompson on the line, your colleague, Dan. So I want to get right here, Congressman, to Muser. You have been on the forefront with GT on major waste, fraud, and abuse bills that passed the House last week. Can you elaborate on them? And is it really going to make a difference, Dan?
Well, sure. Meanwhile, we have our Democrat colleagues actually fighting against our fight against waste, abuse, and fraud. We passed a number of important bills this past week. In fact, we even referred to it as Anti-Fraud Week, that bolstered the Treasury, that added requirements within our agencies to any mistakes made in payment. They needed to actually follow that up and capture it. We are bringing out the various error rates that exist in different states. Pennsylvania is right there at the top of the list or the bottom of the list, however you want to look at it, particularly when it comes to SNAP and a few other level of error rates, unemployment insurance too. I mean, millions and millions, if not billions of dollars is actually just being paid out to those that are not eligible. And of course, we saw the unbelievable level of scams in LA County as well as Minneapolis. The LA County is just blows you away. Dr. Oz goes out there, and I brought it up to them. I said, look, we just got to really not just follow the money, but follow these spikes in utilization. And anyway, he found one building that had something like 200 hospice billings taking place, or phony businesses that actually were taking in almost 1/3 of the amount of hospice dollars for Medicaid and Medicare just within one county, almost one building. And you know what's outrageous? And I mentioned this morning. I had a radio hit. There were about 460 different billing operations taking place. When they were pulled and no longer being sent any funding, not one of them called to complain or ask for an appeal. Meaning they knew they were guilty and they made a run for it. So yeah, these are the type of bills we're passing. And the shame of it is I had to debate that bill on the House floor with Democrats bringing up all kinds of ridiculous reasons why they weren't going to vote for it. Now, some of them did. I don't recall right now how many did. I think maybe 25 out of 210, something of that nature, maybe 30. But that's what we're dealing with. And that's what's so important, not just about this election, but also governing. I mean, we are for governing. We are for strengthening, not wokening, if you will, on the state level. A vote for Stacey Garrity is a vote for productivity and strength. A vote for Shapiro is really one of voting for a political machine who, as GT brought up, he thinks he has the chance of being president, but also largely doing nothing in between. I challenge him and the previous, Tom Wolf over a 10-year period. What has gotten better in Pennsylvania? Look, we love Pennsylvania. Quality of life, the economy's pretty good, all of that. But look, if we were a stock, we'd be at 25, we should be at 60, and we could go to 110 with the right plan. And look, on the federal level, I'm absolutely convinced President Trump's America First plan, our Republican plan, is the winning plan. National security, economy, limited government, common sense approach to boys in locker room or girls' locker rooms, idiotic things like that. And correcting wrongs. The president is not here to occupy the Oval Office, as we see. He's willing to take chances, should we call it, but correct some wrongs that have existed for a long time. In Iran's case, 47 years. In the deregulation that we're doing in agencies, to jump to that for a second, it's unbelievable. If American people sadly knew what I knew, they'd be shaking their heads on a regular basis as to how the heck we even made it 250 years. And we're trying to unravel a lot of that corruption and waste that exists within our agencies. Looking back to the international scene, Venezuela. I mean, if there was ever a wrong, it was Maduro running a cartel, selling drugs on a regular basis, illegal drugs to the United States of America, killing tens of thousands of primarily our youth, and us doing nothing about it. And enter President Trump, and look what we have now.
What, GT, I'm going to bring you in the panel. Mike Johnson yesterday said the only way we can get the SAVE Act passed, he wants to get it into reconciliation. I'm not even sure we have the votes there because there's at least 3 or 4 senators going to vote no, but worth a shot. You run the Agriculture Committee. Dan, GT, is there a way to get the SAVE Act into reconciliation? Is there a real possible way to do that?
I'll yield to our dean to answer first, but I'll be happy to jump in, GT, if you're not on the line.
All right. Yeah, you betcha, Dan. Well, let me take first stab. Yield to my my colleague here, a good friend. I think there is. We have, and for those that cast any doubt, well, you probably had doubt with Budget Reconciliation 1.0 and Budget Reconciliation 2.0, which have done amazing things for American families. 2.0 that we just finished up, it's about safety and security. And fundamentally, with the funding of ICE and the Border Patrol, and the funding goes out years, goes well beyond President Trump's what will be his tenure as President of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief. The Democrats, I think they violate an essential rule I believe that the first duty of anyone working in government at any level of government is safety and security. It's the safety of the families that we serve, the businesses in our communities, the institutions within our communities. And the fact that we were able to achieve that through Budget Reconciliation 2.0. And 1.0, don't get us started on that. Well, we already did start on it. We talked about the One Big Beautiful Bill, H.R. 1, Working Family Tax Cuts Bill. That also included Farm Bill 1.0, which was a significant needed investment and reauthorization of that part of 20% of the Farm Bill. We finished that job up here back at the end of April by passing the Farm Bill, and I was able to achieve 14 Democrats that supported the bill, highest percentage of Republicans in history, 96%, and the largest number of the minorities supporting a Farm Bill since 2008. And so I know that our margins are so tight. Some days, it's a matter of everybody staying healthy, not losing one person, or we would lose the majority in the House. But we have gotten so many significant things done. I believe that we can do a Budget Reconciliation 3.0. I would love to see the SAVE Act be a part of that. I have no idea why any Republican senator, anyways, would be opposed to that. All that means is that we're making sure that that precious right and responsibility of voting is done in a way that we're protecting the integrity of every individual citizen's vote. We also have some other things that we can probably accomplish within Budget Reconciliation 3.0. I'm certainly encouraging and working with leadership to see that we take that opportunity before the end of the year.
Dan?
And by the way, John, thanks for having me on. It's great seeing Jared Coleman and my good buddy Mike Barley and GT. Great being with you. And I agree with GT. Reconciliation 3.0, I believe, will happen. Speakers behind it, where we all need to see it happen, and the American people need to see it happen. And it's relatively, somewhat comprehensive, but we'll see what happens. But it is definitely about healthcare. It is about housing. It is about wasteful spending and fraud. It is about, when I mentioned healthcare, sending the money directly to health savings accounts as opposed to the insurance companies. It is about the most favored nation. My bill, I call it most favored patient, where we lower prescription drug costs. So, and we could get as your question, John, the Save America Act. We could probably fit that in with the so-called Bird rule, but we have another way, and that is by attaching the ID requirements to another bill, which is the stock trading bill, which firms up the rules within for members when it comes to the type of stocks that they buy. Now, frankly, the rules are already in place. I follow them. I think most members do. Maybe some don't, but those rules need to be better enforced, and we can, we will have a bill moving forward. So I think if we can attach the SAVE Act, and we may break it down to just ID, just the ID, and then attach those two bills, and then see, what the Democrats do, or maybe we won't even need them. But something you got to keep in mind too. They will die on this hill. they let in more than 13.5 million illegals. We don't even know how many other gotaways. More than the population of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. They are not going to. They're going to do everything they can to keep us from limiting those folks when it comes to the census, to deporting them. We see what's going on. I mean, they had that border open, and guess what, America? If they get back in control, they're going to open that border back up for the whole purpose of census building, as well as turning amnesty eventually, turning them into voters. So that is part of their bigger plan, big time, right? Because how can you relate to a party that is pretty much on the opposite side of everything that makes sense? So they need to build that up. So that's why this bill is very important. And so we got two shots at it: Reconciliation 3.0 or the other bill that I mentioned.
Well, two shots are better than one. Mike Barley, put your GOP strategist hat on, okay? So it gets into reconciliation. We need 50 votes in the Senate. You've been whipping votes in your capacity for years, so you kind of know where everybody stands. Can we get? So all we need is 50, and then JD is 51. Can we get 50 Republican votes for the SAVE Act if it's in a reconciliation bill in the Senate?
I think we can, John. I think we can. Sure hope so, because again, I think it's an easy vote. I think it's the right thing to do. And when you look at some of these folks that are on the fence, they have tough elections. I would want the SAFE Act in place if I were them. I think the congressman's 100% right. You saw the Democratic playbook. They want to flood the zone with folks crossing the border, illegal aliens all over the country. It's totally for politics. It's not for making our country a better place to live. That's for sure. And if they get back in charge, get ready. That border wall is going to be right open again.
So Murkowski's a no. Tom Tillis is a no. McConnell's a no, although he's in the hospital. Hope he's all right. But they'll find a way to get him to vote. He's a no. So basically, you're down to Susan Collins, who has said she's going to vote no. But a lot of people in the White House think that when push comes to shove, that President Trump will be able to convince her to save America, and she could be the 50th vote. She's obviously in a tough reelect. Coleman, what do you make it? I mean, we can't even get the Republican voter in the Senate to vote for ID. I mean, what is the deal here?
Yeah, I don't know, but I can tell you what, we got to elect Stacey Garrity here in Pennsylvania. That's certainly going to be, that's something everyone can get behind. So, again, I don't know. That's a different ball game. I'm not tracking that one as tightly, but I can tell you what, we need to get a warrior here in the governor's, the taxpayer-funded mansion here in Pennsylvania. She would be great. I hope the president can come to town and help get that accomplished as well.
Well, he's going to try. She was, she's going to be on with me later on this week. She was apparently weeding, and got poison ivy. And I'm like, you're running for governor. Like, why are you weeding? Like, just go hire a gardener. Like, get your husband to do it.
Yeah, she's been going after this little weed that she can't seem to get out right now.
He's weeding. Like, you're running for governor, you got poison ivy. Oh my God.
You need a little of that therapy sometimes, just to close it off and pull the weeds literally sometimes, as opposed to figuratively, because there's lots of them. Dan, I'll tell you this though, just real quick on the Save America Act. The extensiveness of it, I think, is the only reason that McConnell and others, I don't think there's any way, except for maybe Murkowski, that they'd vote for a very limited portion of it. And we just hit ID, right? I do think then we can get that passed, and I think that'll be very meaningful. Of course, I'd be for the entirety of the bill, because that's truly a Save America through common sense bill. But unfortunately, common sense and Washington aren't all that compatible. So and Harrisburg's in that boat sometimes too, meaning the left side of the aisle. And then sometimes some strays, I mean, we've got we have a 3-vote majority right now. And, basically we need 100%, if not 99.9%. And it has to pass the Byrd rule, right? Meaning it has to be a budgetary item. And so even the ID needs to, we need to reconcile the earlier Election Integrity Act from a few years ago to create that policy within, if there's election integrity, then it should be ID. So we do think that that could pass the Byrd bath, and we can, like I said, we can get it done one way or the other.
Dan, can we save these? We got 3 vulnerable seats in the House. Just give me your rundown, then I'll get to GT. We'll close it out. Give me a rundown on these 3 seats.
Sure. The 8th, Rob Bresnahan, that I'm probably closest with as far as activity, because I'm right next to him all the time. Very strong, hard worker, doing what's necessary. He'll have all the money, which is a lot, which is crazy. He's dedicating his life to this job and to winning, and I think his approach will come through. The Cognetti, this Cognetti he's running against is not just unqualified. She will vote. All of them will vote in line with the rest of the pack, and the pack is run by people who describe themselves as anti-Semites. They describe themselves as socialists. They describe themselves as communists. And that's the crowd who want open borders and every woke issue. They haven't given up. See, that's what our voters have to understand. What we were dealing with under Biden, that's not over. They're just incubating right now. And we see it on social media, and it's probably even worse than it was 3 years ago. They're going to be coming after us with a vengeance. On to Ryan McKenzie in the 7th. I think Ryan, again, smart guy, tough guy. He does his own thing, but his vote is going to be extraordinarily important for us and for him to remain in Congress. And then I'll even go on to Fitzpatrick for a minute, right? Like Fitzpatrick is known as, this guy is a rhino and everything. Brian votes with us about, I'd say 92, 93% of the time. If he loses, that Democrat will vote against us 100% of the time, if not 99% of the time. So that's the choice that needs to be made sometimes. Scott Perry, I think he's going to tough it through, as he tends to do. And I think all the rest of us will prevail. I think it's going to be close whether we keep the majority. History's against us. The only difference going to be made is that the people show up and vote. Republicans, independents that are, more like-minded with us than they are with the extreme left, because it's not the left anymore. Look at who runs it. Many of the members of the Democrat Party in the House are reasonably sane people, but they vote with the crazy leadership. If you think Pelosi was bad, Pelosi will be viewed as a conservative versus Hakeem Jeffries. No kidding. So that's what our voters have to keep in mind, what we have moving forward.
And then the underlying impact is the majority in the Senate in Pennsylvania, right? Keeping the Republican majority. So if that geographical area from Scranton through down Lehigh Valley and into Bucks, if that's protected, Perry's protected, then you reelect a Republican majority in the Pennsylvania Senate, which, Dan, I don't know if you remember, but President Trump's last election, he came to the Lehigh Valley, came to Allentown, 2 nights before the election. And I'm really hoping we can repeat that rally, because those folks that only came out for him that haven't been coming back, we didn't see him back last fall. If the president can come here 2 days before the election, everyone from Scranton to Philadelphia is going to know it's election day, and they're going to be coming out. So I really hope that happens.
He's committed, Jarrett. I'm going to update you. Stay tuned. We got some things planned.
Great.
Listen, I think you're going to hold these. I agree with you on Fitzpatrick. I don't agree with him on everything. I don't care. He votes with us 90% of the time. I mean, I'm going up to a bus tour for Susan Collins, and I got so many people saying, why are you doing that? Because the alternative to Susan Collins is a communist whack job. I mean, come on, guys. Right. We got to be smart here. And Collins has been with us every major issue. She's always there. Is she perfect? No. but she's always there. I want to thank our panel. GT, I'm going to give you the final word. I got Kelly Loeffler coming on. GT, are we going to win the House? Yes or no?
We're going to win the House. We're going to win those 4 seats, obviously, and we're going to give President Trump a great additional 2 years.
Muser, we're gonna win the House, Dan.
We are absolutely going to win the House as long as everybody comes out to vote. And that's how I'm going to put it, and it's up to the people.
Mike Barley?
I agree with the congressman. We got to get people out to vote, but yes, we can win the House.
If Barley says we can win the House, I'm in. Okay, let's get to and we got to hold the Republican Senate also, because now we got to replace Mastriano. Coleman, how you look there?
No, if we keep the House, we keep the Senate in Pennsylvania.
All right. Pennsylvania Posse, great show. Want to thank G.T. Thompson. Okay, Ye's my favorite, Dan, but you're my second. Want to thank Dan.
I'll take it.
How can you not love G.T. Thompson? You just can't help yourself. So want to thank him. Want to thank our panel, Scott Barger, representative, Stephanie Horowitz, who was in a budget meeting. Thanks for joining us, Stephanie. Senator Jarrett Coleman. Jarrett, thank you. Always good to have you guys. And Mike Barley, thank you. Thank you for being with us on Pennsylvania Posse. Quick break. Up next, SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler. I got a story for her. That's why I got her on, because, I'm living her genius.
She's outstanding. Thank you.
Loeffler coming up. We'll be right back.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now. John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They got to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
All right, it's great to have you back. We got another segment coming up. Michael Patrick Leahy will be following me, so we're going to break in for this special segment with SBA Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. This is a cabinet-level position in the United States government in the Trump administration, and she's with us by phone. We just had to get her in today because I got a story to tell her. SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler, thanks for joining us this morning, Kelly.
John, I am so thrilled to be on with you. I mean, on the heels of a huge night at the White House last night. No. I mean, what an epic night. Amazing.
Just every night, but all the Democrats are blasting it. I mean, these people just all they want is misery, filth, squalor. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Like we had a fun night.
Yeah.
We had a fun night and we can't even enjoy it.
It was a great night honoring our military, celebrating our nation's 250th birthday. I mean, you should have seen military men and women there last night. It was incredible. After every fight, they'd say, everyone get on your feet and thank our first responders, thank our military. It was so patriotic. It was so beautiful. And I'm so happy for the president. I mean, what a visionary he was in pulling this off.
Great job. Hey, Dan, great picture of the SBA administrator, Kelly Loeffler, up there, Dan. Good job. But Dan is making the imaging here on the show pop. Great job, Dan. On short notice.
Good job, Dan.
Good
Thank you
job,
for that.
Dan. I love that.
Thanks, everybody.
Man, that's really good, Dan. Thank you. Your work does not go unnoticed. So, Kelly, here's what I had you on today. Okay, so I'm not going to give you the names, but I'm going to give you the kind of the names. So, Ann and I are looking at making an acquisition of another radio station in Williamson County, Tennessee, just outside of Nashville. Right now, we own a station downtown Nashville. We want to get to Williamson County. Part of it is because we love Andy Ogles, and he's there, and he doesn't have any representation. And then also they carry the Titans, so you know how I feel about that. So anyway, it's a good fit for us, but you know you have to go through the thing, and we're still trying to get the FCC approval. That takes a couple of months, but you got to get the financing. So it's a matter of public record. So we got to get the finance. We go to my bank in Tennessee, and I'm like, here's all the info. Here's Ann's pro forma. You did the other loan for me, and what can we do? So my banker gets on the phone. Now, my banker for this particular loan, she only handles for this bank express SBA loans, which of course you know what they are. And so we get all this stuff. She gets back to us, me and Ann, and she says, this is great, but I got to tell you that the process, the time it took the last time you did this to this time, just be prepared that the approval process, everything will be cut in half, like half the time. And I'm like, what? And she's like, oh, you don't understand what's going on here. She said, I've been here doing SBA loans for 10 years. You don't understand what Kelly Loeffler has done to the Small Business Administration. She says it is running like a clock. The wasted bureaucracy is gone. The people that drag their feet are gone. DEI is gone. Loans are now based on your performance, your pro forma, your business plan, your credit rating. Can you pay them back? They're not based on cronies. They're not based on who you know. They're not based on DEI. They're not based on wokeness. They're based on performance. And you guys have a stellar performance. We love your business plan, cut in half. And she went on to say that in 10 years of working with the SBA and SBA loans, that this is the best she's ever seen it. She said that Kelly Loeffler has revitalized the organization. I'm making more business loans than ever. People understand the process, and it's finally functioning as the way it was set up to do originally. And she said that is 100% one lady, and her name is Kelly Loeffler. Direct quote.
John, thank you for sharing that. First of all, very humbling to serve the greatest president in American history, to have the ability to work for 99% of all businesses in America, including yours. It sounds like congratulations. I mean, I know M&A is tough. I mean, you brought up the regulatory challenges, the banking side, but I'm glad finally, for the first time in over a decade, the banking side is not the pain in the butt. Because, look, I said from day one, it's a new day at the SBA. And when I arrived at that agency, 90% of the people were working from home. The agency had doubled during COVID. So we cut headcount. We brought everyone back to the office, first of all, figured out what everyone's doing, and then cut headcount by 53%. We cut spending by $300 million in the first year, got out of about a dozen data centers that we were in. We don't need any. We're going to move to the cloud. We're just turning this around and running it like a real business, like any small business person like yourself would, who has to fight for everything that they earn. And we owe that to taxpayers. And I'm just delighted to hear that feedback. But look, we have a lot more to do. So we are not going to rest on that. That's for sure. But I mean, very humbled to hear that. Thank you.
Well, I tell you what, I decided I'm going to give you her name. Her name is Michelle, Kors, Kors, and she's a small business lending officer at First Financial Bank. This is First Financial Bank. And she said that they're making a record number of loans to small businesses. that you've made available because the process is easier, it's better. But she said the qualifications are as hard as ever. I mean, you have to, because the SBA's guarantees what 90% of it, but the bank guarantees the other 10%. So she said we go through the process, but she says that I can't keep up. That I've had a record number of small businesses applying for these loans, and they're getting the money based on their performance. She says it's done now the right way, and she said it is fueling small business expansion in America, which is what the purpose of it is.
John, you're exactly right. Did you know in 2026 we have all-time record business formation in America? That's something that the mainstream media is never going to tell you. So that's just the fuel of, that's not the SBA. I mean, certainly the SBA, we did set a record lending, all-time record lending amount in 2025, President Trump's first year of a second term, at $45 billion to 85,000 small businesses. That's 1,600 small businesses every week got a loan. But here's what we did. We tightened the lending standards because the Biden administration just opened it up and started spewing out taxpayer money. It cost taxpayers $2 billion in losses. So we've turned that around now. But look, this administration is cutting taxes, the working family tax cuts, cutting regulation, making sure that we have energy dominance, and we have fair trade again. So I'm actually heading out on the road today to visit manufacturers, which is why I'm traveling right now. But, we're a country of builders again. We make things, and that's what's going to make us strong. And the SBA is proud to help fuel those small businesses rebuilding Main Street that was, of course, hollowed out because our manufacturing sector was handed over to China, our adversaries, our allies, lost 50,000 factories, millions of jobs, and those are coming back now under President Trump.
Well, she also said that because she's been there a decade, she says the fraud and abuse of the system under the previous leader, she said, a lot of these loans were just, they didn't make any sense, and that's why he had the $2 billion in losses, because people were looking the other way in order to give money to their cronies, and now it's not done that way. Like you got to give them a business plan, right? And you got to give them a pro forma. Here's something I'm going to pay your money back. And even if your credit's not perfect or whatever, you've got to have a plan. You just can't get money that you can't pay back. Then you just default on it, and it becomes, a scam.
Yeah, and John, you make an important point. Yeah, first of all, the Biden loan program was called Do What You Do. There was no underwriting standard. It's like write the loan on the back of a napkin and send it in. We'll send you the money. But here's the thing. The money comes from the banks. The government simply provides a guarantee, and we do it at zero subsidy because we charge, as you know, a guarantee fee so that one small business who doesn't get a loan isn't subsidizing another small business who does get an SBA-backed loan. So that's why we say it's zero subsidy, because it's funded by a guarantee fee. So I'm really proud that we're the most free enterprise agency in the federal government and that the program covers its cost. In a good year, in a bad year, like during the Biden years, you would have those losses, which is why we had to come in and take emergency action on the loan program.
So what is your vision going forward? I mean, we've got all these small businesses opening up. You've got funds available. But again, if anybody's out there thinking about doing this, Ann and I have gone through this now a number of times. And what you have to do is, if you're a startup, that's fine. They'll take a startup, but you have to have a business plan, and they have to review it. And these people are good at what they do, and they'll ask you questions. And if it doesn't make any sense, or your numbers are like crazy, you're not going to get the loan. But if you got a plan and you can put it together and you can show how you're going to pay it back, and your credit is acceptable. Obviously, if it's not, then it's like anything else. You're not going to be able to expedite it until you work through some things. But the other thing is, if you're thinking about expanding your business, you need an SBA loan. Remember that is written off. If you make an investment, the whole thing is written off the first year. That's what the One Big Beautiful Bill did, Kelly. And the certainty of it for small business owners, Like last year, we didn't buy anything because we had no certainty about the 1 year write off. We knew it was sunsetting. You know, you can't make business decisions that affect your company based on maybe something will pass in Congress. You need certainty. That's what the One Big Beautiful Bill did. And that's why now we're back in the expansion mode, if that makes sense at all.
Yeah, so the working family tax cuts made permanent the 20% pass-through deduction that small businesses, millions and millions of them, rely on. And then it made the 100% expensing in year one of the investment. So that really frees up the cash flow for you to say, okay, we can write off this capital investment. That's going to bring manufacturing back. That's going to help business formation. That's what we're seeing. Small businesses now have the certainty that big companies always had. I mean, big companies have always known what their playbook is in dealing with paying federal taxes. And now President Trump gave that to small business because, as he always tells me, small business is big business, and he gets it. He loves our small business people. So I know you've got thousands of small businesses listening, and so I want to thank them for what they make a huge difference in our communities. We wake up every day at the SBA now making sure that we are serving small businesses, not doing woke DEI agendas, political agendas, getting back to making that access to capital possible. And we're cracking down on fraud, too. I mean, we've identified $200 billion in COVID-era fraud that the Biden administration tried to forgive on the backs of the hardest working Americans. So sharp contrast to President Trump passing the family tax cuts and giving relief to waitresses and welders and small businesses compared to the Biden administration just saying, never mind, just take the stolen money and go. Well, we're coming back and we're going after the fraudsters, and they're going to jail. They're having to pay it back. We're taking their Lambos back, and we're making sure that there's deterrence and that the next dollar doesn't go out so that we don't have to chase it down.
So was the fraud within the SBA?
So during COVID, you had the PPP program.
Right.
If you remember, about $1.2 trillion went out between PPP and economic injury disaster loans, EIDL loans. Of that $1.2 trillion, $200 billion has been deemed fraudulent by the Inspector General.
That's 20%.
Yeah, so we're going state by state. California, we really banned over, 100,000 borrowers from ever accessing SBA products. In Ohio, I was just there. We did $1.4 billion. We found $1.4 billion of fraud. Banned thousands of people from ever getting SBA services, and we're sending all those loans to Treasury for collection and then to DOJ for prosecution. We just sent over 500,000 borrowers. Think about that, 526,000 borrowers for $22 billion to the DOJ and to Treasury for collection and prosecution.
It's unbelievable. I mean, think about what you just said, right? The PPE, which I was a big proponent of, and I know Alfredo Ortiz, your friend, worked really hard on that. So does Steve Mnuchin, and have it go through banks. I mean, it all made sense at the time when everybody was, uncertain and struggling. But
Right.
Think about this. By the way, we're with Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. That is a cabinet level position in the federal government. But Kelly, think 20% of it was fraud. I mean, you think maybe 1%, or there's always fraudsters out there. 20% of the money that went out the door was fraud. I mean, isn't that a stunning percentage? Stunning.
John, it is, but then you look at the federal government's own auditor, the GAO, came out and said that every year $186 billion in improper payments are made, and on top of that, 250 to 500 billion go out fraudulently. So you think about, you stack all that up, and it's anywhere from $500 billion to $600 billion every year. That's way too much money. And this administration, President Trump, said it before he came into office. He was going to crack down on it. We're doing it, and we're just getting started. Someone said, this isn't the beginning of the end. This is the beginning of the beginning. We are going to make sure these programs run for the benefit of the people who need them, and then we're going to get all the fraudsters off these programs. And that's why the left is so up in arms because this has become a program, almost a vote buying program. So we have to make sure that we really clean these up.
Wait,
and,
define that.
you know, that it's for the
vote buying program. Define
So
that.
look at Minnesota. You know, Exhibit A. So whistleblowers for years. These programs, home health care, autism programs, feeding our futures. The woman who just got sent to jail for 42 years for defrauding the federal government for hundreds of millions of dollars for feeding our futures. The state General Assembly told the governor, Governor Walz, what was going on, and he attempted to censor them and silence and retaliate against them because he wanted that money fed back into the Somali community, where now, 98 indictments have been made in this crime ring, and 80 of them are Somali citizens. So what we're looking at right now is making sure that the programs strictly operate for the benefit of those who need them, and that the states are held accountable. And this meeting that we had in Ohio last week, we had Kash Patel, we had acting AG Todd Blanche, soon to be AG Todd Blanche. We had everyone on the fraud task force there to announce a state and federal partnership, because now we're going to be holding the states accountable. And they announced they were removing Hawaii from a Medicaid program used to enforce fraud, because they were letting the fraud happen to just keep the money flowing out without any checks and balances on it. And I think the American people are completely fed up with this, and we need accountability, not just at the federal level, but at the state level.
To think how it got this way is unbelievable. And the Hawaii story is just incredible. What you're up against and how you fixed it in such a short period of time. You're on your way to Wisconsin. Kelly Loeffler, I want to thank you. Also, you know, I can't have you on without giving a shout out to Caitlin O'Day, one of your senior staff. She's been with you a long time. She's fabulous to work.
Years.
She's
and I'm best.
So happy she's in D.C. with me now. Come to Washington.
Look, I have the best team. I have the best team in the federal government. I love my SBA team, and I'm so grateful. So thank you, John, for having me on.
I'm going to give Caitlin Michelle Core's information. I would like you to reach out to her, because she was so effusive in saying how you revitalized her whole banking job, everything. She was the best. So
please do, John. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, Kelly. Safe trip to Wisconsin. Thanks for being with us, Caitlin O'Day. Thanks for setting all this up. You guys have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Right, God bless you.
Michael Patrick Leahy next.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team 972-PATRIOT. That's 972